you deserve. I'd go all the way to love you. I'll be there when you say you need me. On the days when you don't believe me, I'll find all the ways to love you. And as long as my heart is beating, I'll be there with you, please believe me. No, I love you at your worst. All the way, be right beside you when it hurts. Don't you know I would die for you, the least that you deserve. You know I love you at your worst. All the way, don't you know I would die for you, the least that you deserve. You know I love you at your worst.
We had a plan, move out of this town, baby, west to the sand. It's all we talked about lately. I packed the car, bring your guitar and Jane for smoking. First thing at dawn, you'd cue the songs and we get going. But you went home, waited on the porch for you, sat there alone. All throughout the morning till I got a hunch down in my gut and snuck around the back. Empty cans and I'll be damned, your shit was never packed. Did your boots stop working? Did your truck break down? Did you burn through money? Did your ex find out? Well, a diamond, she keeps shining. Watch her lighting up the bar. Who is she? Wait, that's me. What a perfect masterpiece. Oh, I like her. Oh, I love her. Glad she's coming home with me. Bring myself and we're looking so divine when we're sipping on this wine. Oh my God, got the ladies by my side while the boys can stay in line. 'Cause I'm one of a kind. Oh my God, what a bad bitch. Got the mirror staring at this bad bitch. Yeah. What a blessing.
Well, a very good morning and a warm welcome back to Boekelo, and how welcome is the sight of blue skies here in the Netherlands. It has been a fairly wet start, shall we say, to the 2024 Boekelo International Horse Trials, but fingers crossed, another drying day today will do wonders for the ground out on the cross country. And of course, we'll be bringing you all of the action live on FEI.TV. I'm Nicole Brown, and I'll be with you every single step of the way. We've got an action-packed day of dressage today. We've got 46 combinations to come down the centre line. And actually, we kick things off with 3 riders coming forward as individuals for their countries before we dive straight in to the Nations Cup riders. And we've got a brilliant selection of teams for the series finale for 2024. So looking forward to seeing how that plays out. But first of all, let's concentrate on what happened yesterday, because as I say, brilliant day of action. It was actually Sarah Bullimore, Corin Miro, who have set the standard 27.0. They lead overnight ahead of Belgium's Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, Kairado Darville 27.3. Equal third on 28.7 for Austria, Leah Siegel, Van Helsing P, and for Great Britain, Max Warburton and Mombeg exclusive. But I have absolutely no doubt we will see that leaderboard shaken right up as today progresses. We've got some big names, the likes of Laura Collett, the likes of Julia Krajewski in the lineup. Now, though, let's turn our attentions to Ben Loiber. Ben, who comes forward with Citius. This is a 12-year-old by Castellan, owned by Marion Dressage and Pierre Luber. Pierre, who of course actually had a ride here yesterday, sitting inside the top 10 in 8th with Jard on 30.1. Ben, who's been a brilliant producer of young horses. He actually represented Germany pony junior level, has a trio of team gold medals from his youth championships. And Citius, a horse that was top 15 in Stragon in the 4-star there last month. Actually completed here 12 months ago on a debut at the 4-star long level. Had 20 penalties cross country, but otherwise it was a very good performance. And he certainly started with some really nice marks from the judges. Currently trending to challenge the lead of Sarah Bullimore. He's a very elegant rider. Citius looking really relaxed. Lovely extension of the frame in the extended walk. Keeping the frame, just as I said that, just popped his nose up, which was a real shame because actually that was beautiful to that point. I'll be interested to see what mark he does get for it, because looking very nice. Now, just almost a little bit too careful in picking the reins back up because he kept the frame a little bit longer. Actually have to show the transition back to the medium walk. But a really nice flying change for the first of his changes. This horse 12 months ago here in Boekelo scored 29.6, so very capable of sub 30 scores. And the extended trot across the diagonal. Our ground jury here at C for France, Laurie Eslin At M for Great Britain, Angela Tucker, and at E for New Zealand, Stuart Bishel. So Stuart on the side of the arena gets a really good view of that extension. So Ben Loiber and Sitius just unfortunately lost a few marks in the middle of his test. Moved off the 7.5s and the 8s, but he should still be very close to the 31 territory, which will be good enough at the moment to put him just outside the top 10. So Ben Loiber and Sitius getting us underway here on day 2 of Boekelo International Horse Trials, and it is a bumper field, 96 combinations in the lineup in total, 46 of them to come today. And Ben goes into 12th. 31.4 is good enough for him to sit just outside the top 10 at the moment. And 67.62 from C. That's Laurie Esland. 71.67 from Angela Tucker at M. And 66.67 from Stuart Bishel at E. So that's his provisional score. Also taking place here this weekend alongside the main feature class, we have got the Dutch National Championship class as well. So all of those Dutch combinations are competing against one another for the title of the Dutch National Champion. And at the moment, it is Florinor Hoogland and Hantoni who lead the way there, 34.6. Sanne de Jong, Global Fairly Flashy. Sanne actually has Enjoy to come a little bit later on as well. Sits in second, 34.7. And Gert-Jan Heinen and Goliath in third, 36.9. Some big names still to come, though, for the Netherlands today. Renske Kruse, Sanne de Jong's second ride. Janneke Boonskaya, who had that brilliant Olympic Games. She brings I'm Special NOP, and then Sarah van Leuven as well. It takes 2. So plenty of movement could be afoot in the Dutch National Championship class as well. But we'll keep you up to date with that as the day progresses. So if you are just tuning in, then a very, very warm welcome to Boekelo. It looks to be a beautiful morning in the Netherlands, just right in the far east of the country. Not too far from the border with Germany. And an event that has long been one of the most well regarded on the circuit. Always attracts an exceptional field, and this year is absolutely no different. Some past winners include the likes of Laura Collett's London 52. He, of course, picked up the individual bronze medal at the Paris Olympic Games this summer. You've also got the likes of Samurai Duteau, Julia Krajewski's 5-star winner. Last year's winner, Nicolas Touzon and Diable Month for France. And Nicolas actually won here very much with a view for that horse being primed and ready to go for Paris. And he absolutely did so. Ended up as part of the French team that took a team silver. Other winners include Tim Price's Happy Boy and Sekatinka. It actually represented Japan at the Paris Olympic Games with Rosie Katajima. New Zealand have won this event 4 times in the last 15 years. Great Britain twice. But Germany ahead of them all with a tally of 6. So now we turn our attentions to Stefan Hazeleger and a Gold Rush. Combination coming forward for the Netherlands. So competing in that Dutch National Championship class as well. Stefan, 37 years of age. Currently ranked in the FEI eventing world rankings, just outside. Square in the halt, unfortunately. Gold Rush, 13 years of age, by Quality Time, owned by Stefan, alongside ETH man Ike Behir. Completed the Nations Cup in RV a little bit earlier on this year. Looking for their first 4-star long completion. Dressage isn't a phase that this horse always finds the most straightforward. And he's doing a very good job in trying to just keep a lid on the tension that's simmering underneath. I feel like a very long way across the arena. But he largely did so. Just needs to keep the quality of the canter and the straightness into this flying change. Rather jumped through the flying change. And actually just getting very behind the vertical, very tense in this canter work. Needs the frame to just soften, come up and out a little bit more. But actually Stefan has largely kept a lid on Gold Rush's enthusiasm. And actually gets a nice final halt to complete his test. So Stefan Hazelager and Gold Rush will be among one of this horse's better marks at the 4-star level. When it does come through. Scored at 49 in their last run at the 4-star long level. Withdrew after dressage, so very much an improvement on that. And it is certainly all relative. Stefan doing a brilliant job in giving this horse a good experience in the arena. And he looks pretty relaxed, actually, as he has a jolly good look round on his exit. So we have just one more combination to come forward before we turn our attentions to the first of our team riders. Belgian drawn first of the teams in the competition. So they will be getting us underway with Karin Donckers, who's next into the arena. For now, though, the focus is on Julia Norman. Julia, who did a good test with Contendro yesterday. Her first ride, 35.5, sits in 30th place at the moment. She was pleased with the horse. He's only a 9-year-old, not only experienced, and certainly felt there was a lot more to come as well. And most importantly, Contendro feeling very pleased with himself. Looking forward to the task in hand of the jumping. Capriccio, the second of her rides. This is a 9-year-old as well, by Dexter R. Out of a Carambo mare, owned by the Capriccio Syndicate. Julia, who actually represents Zimbabwe. Her mother was born in Zimbabwe. Her grandparents lived in the country for some 20 years or so. And she's really putting Zimbabwe on the map in terms of their eventing career, and I'm sure really inspiring other people within the country as well. She's recently back in the saddle, had her second baby a little bit earlier on this year. Baby Harry was born just a couple of months ago, and she's already back on board, back competing, and doing a brilliant job as well. And she made a really wise decision there, because actually she felt that the horse could just come back to her for a second. She kept her cool. She turned another circle, well within her rights to do that. You've got 45 seconds once the bell goes to enter the arena. And if you are over that 45 seconds, then you are deducted 2 marks from each of the judges. It's almost like an error of course. But she did a good job there, because he's obviously feeling fairly fresh. Capriccio jumped a lovely double clear at Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials in the 8 and 9-year-old class. Also did so at Cornbury Park International Horse Trials as well. Completed Blenheim last year too. So first run at the 4-star long level for this horse. Not quite square behind, but nice halt. And a good rein back. And actually, he looked quite sprightly on the outside of the arena, and she's done a very good job in just holding his hand, keeping him calm. Julia, who's competed up to the 5-star level with a couple of horses, Ardeo, Berlin and Carry On Bobby Boy, both spring to mind there. As any top-level rider will attest to, it's about having those younger horses coming through and stepping up the levels. And that's exactly where she's at now with these youngsters. Stepping up to the 4-star long level for the first time. Lovely change. Not quite as through for the second of those changes, just hollowed slightly. So Julia Norman and Capriccio, the second of Julia's rides for Zimbabwe here in Boekelo, have completed their first phase, which means we will be turning our attentions to the first of the team riders in just a few moments' time. And this first session actually includes the likes of Karin Donckers, Aoife Clark is in here for Ireland, Mary Beth Davis, Emily King, Astier Nicola, with Alert Amalibor, of course, who was the 7-year-old young horse world champion back in 2017. There's plenty of big names as the day progresses, and absolutely no doubt that we are going to see that leaderboard have a real shake-up as well. We've got a real mixture of experience, some 5-star winners in the fields, 4-star winners as well, and then those stepping up to the level for the first time. So 35.0 for Julia Norman and Capriccio, and actually she has been deducted -2 from each of the judges for an error. Didn't see where that was, and it's not marked on the test, so perhaps it was that time coming into the arena. We don't get a view of the clock, so it could well have been. But ultimately, -2 from each of the judges. So you lose 6 marks in total, which is frustrating for her. But ultimately, one thing we know for certain, this weekend it is not going to be a dressage competition. So 35.0 into 27th place for Julia Norman. And actually that sees both of hers on the 35 mark, 35.5 for Contendro, her first ride. So we will be turning our attentions now to the first of our Nations Cup team riders. And my goodness, we have got a real treat in store, because it is such a competitive Nations Cup for the series finale here in Boekelo. France can't be caught. They're on 370 points. Any team that wins gets 100 points. So ultimately, whatever happens this weekend, France uncatchable in terms of the overall series standings. But Great Britain and Germany both on 240 points. So we'll be having a head-to-head fight to battle it out for second place in the series for this year. Now, though, we turn our attentions to Belgium, and it is Karin Donckers. Karin, who we saw on her first ride yesterday, has been to 7 Olympic Games. I think there were some 14 senior European championships. And then, of course, a whole host of world championships as well. First represented her country, I think, back in 1992 at the Olympic Games in Barcelona, where she finished inside the top 10 individually, but she has been an enormous inspiration to Belgian riders over the years. And Fletcher van der Veerhof, what a horse this is, by Vigo Darziel, owned by Carl Bucart. And this horse has just been an absolute superstar for Karin and for Team Belgium. He's 19 years of age now. This season he's been top 10 in both Babarithco and the Nations Cup in Arville. But he's a horse that has been to an Olympic Games in Brazil. He's been to 3 World Championships at Caen 2014, Tryon 2018 and Protoni 2022. Was actually 5th individually in Caen in 2014. That was his best individual placing. And he's been to 4 senior European championships. So in his career, 8 major championships for Belgium. And it's an absolute pleasure and a privilege for us to be able to enjoy him here in what one would imagine is probably one of his last international runs in his career. It's been unbelievably special, a decorated one at that. And I'm sure you guys watching at home will enjoy watching Fletcher van der Veerhof this weekend as much as I will. Still trending sub 30 at the moment. Lovely upward transition into canter. I'm sure from Karin's perspective, he's like putting on a comfy pair of slippers. They know each other so well. Didn't quite get the change first time that she would have wanted. But got an 8.5 for his upward transition into the canter. Yeah, falls for the change and then immediately back up to the 8s for the half pass. Much better. Really nice second change. Just the miscommunication on the first, which is really the only place in this test that they've not picked up bigger marks. Karin has always been incredibly good at producing a good first phase score. Had the wonderful Gazelle de la Brasserie, who she would regularly be right in the mix in the first phase and beyond at championship level. Well, Fletcher van der Veerhof, what a superstar you are, and still able to deliver an absolutely brilliant first phase score. He's a pro at this, and we'll bring you an update on that mark as it comes through. But the first of the Belgian team riders getting their test done and dusted. So Karin joined on the Belgian team by Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, formidable 62, by Cyril Gavrilovic and Gatine de l'Aubray, and by Jasper Peters and Jackass PK, who will ride the anchor leg. Karin Donckers, who has led the Belgian team on so many occasions in recent years, and 8 championship appearances for Fletcher van der Veerhof. Quite an extraordinary career, and one that I think has really gone down in Belgian history as well. So, the first of our team riders, Karin Donckers, scores 30.0 and will go into 8th place on the leaderboard. 71.90 from our judge at C, 67.38 from M, 70.71 at E. So that's good enough to put them into 8th at the moment. It's a very good starting score as well for the Belgian team. And we've got teams that represented here this weekend in the Nations Cup competition. We've got Belgium, Ireland, the USA, Great Britain, France, Sweden, the Netherlands, New Zealand, Germany, Italy, Switzerland. It is an unbelievably competitive Nations Cup competition. 11 of them in total, the teams in the lineup. As now we turn our attentions to the pathfinder for the Irish team. She was the number 4 for Ireland, actually. An unenviable task, a very difficult one. In Paris was the alternate rider, so waiting in the wings, ready to step into the breach at any given time. Wasn't required in Paris. Apart from, I think, did come out and show jump on the final day. Sportsfield freelance. Aoife, who spent much of last season actually on the sidelines with an injury. And Laura Collett took up the reins on this horse, including bringing her to Boekelo yeah, Sportsfield Freelance was actually called up for the final show jumping phase in Paris, which is a tricky position to be in, to come out and show jump on the final day in the stadium. But did a good job for Team Ireland there. And then completed the Nations Cup in Arville. This horse was actually 4th in Saumur earlier on in the year in the very competitive 4-star long format there over in France. And when she did come to Boekelo last year with Laura Collett, was clear cross country and actually scored 29.0 in the first phase. And there's a couple of horses in the field actually, Sebastian Cavillon, Ellipso de Levine and Nastia Nicolas Alert Amalabor, who were the top 2 in Saumur, who are both in the field here this weekend in the French Nations Cup team. So coming back up against one another. Trending at the moment 30.5. Penny, as she's known at home. She's a real little pocket rocket of a horse. She's not overly big at all. Really relaxed. Picked up the canter transition. Just as the score sneaks sub 30 as well. It's the first of these changes. Isn't going to get big marks for the change. But it also isn't going to be fours across the board either. So Eva Clark and Sportsfield Freelance finishing their test for Ireland. The first of the Irish Nations Cup team riders. She's joined on the team. It's a really experienced Irish team, actually. Porrig McCarthy, Pomp and Circumstance. Porrig, of course, the individual and team silver medalist from the World Championships in Tryon in 2018. You've got Austin O'Connor, 5-star winner Austin with Izaza, and Susie Berry and Clever Trick riding the anchor leg there. So 4 really experienced Irish riders, all of whom have competed at championship level for the country. And it is great to see them being a super competitive squad here, as we see with a number of the other nations as well. Pulling no punches. So into 13th, Eva Clark and Sportsfield Freelance for Ireland, 31.3, very solid score. She goes just behind Susie Berry's first ride. Kilcandra Capital on 31.2, so it's just ahead of her. So next to come forward will be the first of the US riders. It is Mary Beth Davis and Imperio Magic. Just a reminder, though, that the leader at the moment is Sarah Bullimore Corimiro on 27.0. That is the score to beat. Still a long way to go, though, and I've no doubt we will see that leaderboard shaken up quite significantly throughout the day, because some really competitive horse and riders in the second half of the draw. Naturally, with the Nations Cup coming forward in the second half of the draw, some of the more experienced horses are competing for their country. So now we turn our attentions to the first member of the Land Rover US eventing team, and it is Mary Beth Davis. Mary comes forward with Imperio Magic. Imperio Magic is a 10-year-old by Cassandra C, owned by Mary Beth herself. Joined on the US team by Hallie Kuhn and Cute Girl, Cassie Sanger, Redfield Fair, and Philip Dutton and Passant. Imperio Magic, actually the only horse she's competed internationally in 2024, was 5th at Tryon in the 4-star there as part of their preparation for this. Top 10 at Tryon as well in the 4-star long format a little bit earlier on this year, just outside the top 10 in the Kentucky 4-star. The US team led by chef de keep Bobby Costello and team leader Gemma Stobbs, supported by the Zuta Corporation, who help with the transportation of the horses over from the States into Europe, and then also USET Foundation, Jacqueline Mars International Training and Competition Grants, also making a massive difference to being enabling them to compete. And actually, just by nature of how you pick up the contact at that position in the arena, you're actually facing away from really two of the judges. At C, Laurie Eslin, M. Angela Tucker. So you can be a little bit more strategic with how you pick up the contact, whereas the judge on the side of the arena gets a much better view of that particular moment in time. To be nice and straight in the extended canter. Second change was better than the first, so she should pick up a few more marks there. Just pops behind the vertical on occasion. But actually does a good job on that final centre line. And Holtz salutes to the ground jury. And Mary Beth Davis, Imperio Magic. First visit to Boekelo for them. And they'll be in the mid-30 territory. So at this early stage, we've only had a couple of teams down the centre line so far. Belgium on a score of 30.0 for their first team rider. Ireland 31.3. And the United States of America looking to be around 36.8. Those final scores just coming in, so that could, of course, change slightly. There we go, 36.0. That is confirmed now. 36th place on the leaderboard as things stand. The leader individually is still Sarah Bullimore Corrimiro, 27.0. But in terms of ones to watch that could challenge that, next down the centre line, Emily King and Jackpot certainly don't look past them. Astier, Nicolas, Alert, Amalib, or also a threat in this session. In the next session of dressage, you've got the likes of Kitty King, Crystal Fontaine, Sebastian Covant, Ellipso de Levine. And then, of course, a little bit later on, there are some really, really smart horses in the lineup. The likes of Yulia Kraevski's Nickel 21, the horse on whom she was individually 8th at the Olympics this summer. Also the Arkham winner, of course. And Laura Collett's De Capo should also be one to keep an eye out for. But Marlin Hansen Hotop, Carlitos Quidditch K, former Blenheim winners from a couple of years ago, will be the last to go for Germany in the final session of dressage just before 4 o'clock local time this afternoon. So keep your eyes peeled for them. Now, though, it is Emily King. Emily, who had a brilliant performance, actually, at Aachen a little bit earlier on this summer with her top ride, Valmy Biats, comes forward now with Jackpot. And this is a horse that she has always been very, very excited about. He's a 10-year-old now, owned by Stuart and Vicky Earlham, who have been massive supporters of herself and of Sam Ekroyd, her partner. They run Hafford Stables together over in Cheshire, and the Earlhams have been massive, massive part of their journey. 10-year-old by a Toulon. And Emily who actually, I think, plans to take Valmy Biats back to Les Etoiles de Pau in a few weeks' time. Busy end to the season for her. This horse, actually, she went to take him to Blenheim for the long format 4-star there, but just picked up a little bit of a virus or something, didn't feel quite his usual self, and so she withdrew and rerouted here to make sure he was on top form. He was top 20 at Bergam International in the 4-star there, went clear cross country at Bramham as well. Won the 3-star long format at Osberton International Horse Trials at the end of last season. Good immobility in the halt. 2, 3, 4, 5 steps in the rein back. Trending very much on a par with Sarah Bullimore at the moment, around the 27 territory. Sam actually did a super test yesterday with Bloomfield Manuscript. Sits just outside the top 10 as things stand at the moment. I think Mum Mary out supporting her in Boekelo. Now, late behind in that change. .454 from the judges for it. Still trending sub 30 though, because there are some nice marks that have come in elsewhere. And actually that change just got a little bit tight going into it. And again, late behind. But 8's in for the extended canter. Slight difference of opinion from the judges on that second change. A 4, 5 and a 7. So Emily King, the first of the British team riders in the Nations Cup, brings her test to a conclusion with jackpot. And this all stepping up to the 4-star long level for the first time in his career. I think it's safe to say there's plenty of marks still in the bag as well. Which, while of course you always want to deliver your best on the day, when you've got a young horse, it's also very exciting to know that there's more available to you. And Emily King and Jackpot creeping closer actually to the 30 territory. They're going to be a very, very good start for the British team. Lots to like for this very talented young combination. And it's good to see Emily with another horse actually stepping up the levels to come up in support of Valmy Biats, who's been her ride at the 5-star level over the last few years. She had that brilliant top 5 finish at Badminton a little bit earlier on this year. And 778 for her final mark from the judges in the harmony of athlete and horse. So 30.6 is going to be her provisional score. And that's going to be good enough to put her inside the top 10. 30.6 goes into 10th at the moment. So Emily King and Jackpot 30.6 in 10th. I tell you what, after the first rotation of riders, there's very little between Belgium, Great Britain and Ireland. Belgium on a score of 30, Great Britain 30.8, Ireland 31.3, and the USA 36.0, currently in 4th. Of course, we return this weekend to the best 3 from 4 scores to count, so the traditional scoring method, so that could all change. But we're well in the thick of the team riders now. And we will have the first combination for France. Next down the centre line, this is Astier Nicolas. Astier comes forward with Alert Amalib Or, his ride from the World Championships in Protoni back in 2022. Won the Le Lion d'Angers Young Horse World Championships back in 2017 as a 7-year-old. And Astier, who is 35 years of age, ranked as number 27 in the world rankings. Missed out on selection for the Olympic Games in Paris this year. This horse was longlisted. He's by Summer Song, owned by Astier alongside Nicolas Poole, Pascal Ravenry and Aliette Follium. Was second at Saumur a little bit earlier on this year. Finished on their dressage score there of 27.9. Missed much of the 2023 season. But is a former winner of the long format 4-star in Saumur as well. Did top the podium back in 2022 there. So a winner at the 4-star level. Two, three, 4, 5 steps in the rain back. Trending at the moment very much on a par with Sarah Bullimore. The leader is on that score of 27.0. Yet to be really challenged this morning. Lengthening of the frame in the extended walk. Lots of activity, but staying relaxed. Astier, who was the individual silver medalist from the Rio Olympic Games, part of the French team that won a team gold there. It's a clean change, a little bit short behind. Was better. Still trending sub 30 at the moment, not quite close enough to Sarah Bullimore's score of 27.0, around 29.4. So should be a great first score on the board for France. And a lovely final halt to finish. Astier, Nicolas and Alert Amalib all complete their first phase. And actually France would have a really strong team here. They've got the Saumur winners, Sébastien Cavan, Ellipso de Levine as their number 2 riders. Alexis Guri and Javale as number 3. And then Ben Massey, Figaro Fonroy as their number 4 rider in the field. And actually, if we look at the FEI Eventing Nations Cup standings, it is France out in front. They had a win in Montelebretti, a win in Stragon. They were second in Arville and third in Lignières. 370 points is their tally, and they can't be beaten because they would actually be more than 100 points clear of second place Germany and Great Britain, who are both on 240 points apiece, and so can't actually catch them. So it's a bit of a battle for the rest of the podium places. You've got Germany, Great Britain, Italy. Australia haven't actually got a team here this weekend. Switzerland could be in with a shout as well, as Belgium also wants to look out for a podium finish. But France in the driving seat for the Nations Cup competition. So, Astier Nicolas, a score in for him, 28.4, goes into third on the leaderboard. So, Sarah Bullimore, Coromiro continue to lead 27.0. Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, Colorado Darville in second, 27.3. Astier Nicolas just gone into third, 28.4. And then equal fourth, Leah Siegel, Van Helsing P, Max Warburton, and Mombeg Exclusive. The 8 sub-30 scores as things stand at the moment. As 2 combinations left to go before the first break of the day, one for Sweden and one for the Netherlands. Don't forget that the Dutch National Championships also taking place here this weekend. Boekelo is such a feature event for the home country. And it is Florinor Hoogland, Hontoni who lead the way, 34.6, just ahead of Sanadion, Global Fairly Flashy, 34.7. Gert-Jan Heinen, Goliath, 36.9 in third. And just there, 4 team riders left to go. Renske Cruiser, who will be first down the centre line for them in a couple of horses' time. Corella van der Watermolen. And then Sanne de Jong and Joy Janneke Boonskaya, I'm Special, NOP, and Sarah van Leuven. And it takes 2. So, Renske Cruiser will be the first of those. Corella van der Watermolen. It's a 9-year-old by Singular LS Lasilla, owned by Jan Grev. First, though, we welcome Pontus Hugesson for Sweden. Let's go next down the centre line. But Pontus, the first of the Swedish riders to come forwards. And he rides Zinfire. Pontus, 34 years of age. Zinfire, an 11-year-old by Zaladin, owned by Maisel AB. Was 7th at Kristianstad, finished on their dressage, scoring the 3-star there. Completed the Nations Cup in Arville, was 2nd in Stragom in the 4-star long format earlier on in the season. They did actually come here to Boekelo 12 months ago, retired in the cross country, but scored 38.0 in the first phase. Fredrik Bergendorf, the Swedish chef de keep, in charge of the Swedish team this weekend. Pontus joined by Amanda Starm, by Sophia Schoborg and Frida Anderson on the team. And actually this test, as I said yesterday, it's the FEI 4-star test B. That halts and into the rein back. The halts, it is required to be shown as immobile. However, it does not specify the length of time for which immobility is required. Quite often we see maybe 3 to 4 seconds or the like, but actually that's not specified within the test. So just got to show immobility. Tiny bit of tension, that's the risk, isn't it, when you pick up the contact again. And actually, Zinfire just getting a little bit tense, a little bit bothered. Pontus doing a very good job in just bringing him back to him. And we've got to regroup for this flying change. You can just see the tension. See that the horse is just picked up at the end of that walk work. Sometimes when you've got a bit of tension, the extended canter or something is quite nice in order to be able to kind of push them through it. But actually, very much depends on the horse. Some it would help, some perhaps not so much. Very, very tight and tense through the change, but got it. And he comes down the final centre line. Pontus Hugesson, the first of the Swedish riders, with Zinfire. So halfway through the first rotation of riders in the team competition. And to give you an update as to how things are shaping up thus far, France in front, 28.4, Belgium 30.0 in second, Great Britain 30.6 in third, Ireland 31.3 in fourth, and the US 36.0, Sweden 41.7 is the provisional score for Zinfire and Pontus Hugesson. And actually that's just been updated to 40.1, so 59.76% from C, 58.81 from M, 61.19 from E. So that sees them in sixth of the teams that have gone so far. Don't forget, though, that it is the best 3 from 4 scores to count. And if you would like to go and take a look at any of the results for yourself, Stella will be keeping us up to date with all of the competition scores throughout the weekend for the team standings, for the individual ranking, and for the Dutch National Championship class as well. So we have just one more combination to go before the first break of the day, and it is for the Netherlands. It is Renske Kruse and Karella van der Watermolen. Karella van der Watermolen. Top 15 in Langenhagen on their last international run as preparation for this. Completed our Veal Nations Cup with a very good double jumping clear round. A double clear round at Ham in the 4-star there as well. And clear cross country in 8th place in Marsbergen a little bit earlier on this year. But have had some good results at the 2 and the 3-star level. This the mare's first 4-star long. 9-year-old Dutch bred by Singular Alice Lasilla, owned by Jan Grev. And the first to go for the Dutch team. Renske actually represented the Netherlands at the World Equestrian Games in Tryon back in 2018. Completed there on that occasion. That was with a horse called Jane Z. It has some really lovely horses in her yard. Had a great win a couple of weeks ago with a horse called Magic Coconut in a young horse class. in Belgium. So what can they do here? Netherlands made history actually with their first ever Nations Cup win last summer in Stragom. Andy Heffernan is their team chef to keep. Himself a 5-star and championship rider, but also an upper level course designer as well, which I'm sure always comes in very handy when walking these technical and testing cross-country tracks. Came a little bit above the contact coming into the halt, a little bit crooked in the rein back. Relaxed in the extended walk. But could be a little bit more consistent in the frame of the contact. You want to see the regularity and lengthening of the steps and the outline. A real acceptance of the contact. Unfortunately, very late behind and had to just pop back to trot. Front leg changed, but the hind leg didn't. And that almost ran into their next movement because the half pass comes up very quickly. And she did a much better job than the first at the second flying change, even if not the biggest marks. So Renske Cruiser and Corella van der Watermolen, the first of the Dutch team members to get their test underway, and will be a sub 40 score on the board for them. Joined in the competition the other members of the Dutch team, Sanne de Jong and Enjoy, hugely experienced combination, Janneke Boonskaya and I'm Special, and also Sarah van Leuven and It Takes Two. So, at the first break of the day, the top of the leaderboard remains unchanged. Sarah Bullimore, Coromero, still the ones to beat, 27.0. Kairado Darville, Lara de Liedekerke-Meier in second, 27.3. Astier Nicolas, the only addition to the top five. Alert Amalib Or for the French Nations Cup team, giving them an early advantage, 28.4. And Leah Siegel, Van Helsing, P-Max, Warburton, Mombeg exclusive in equal fourth. Alex Fatian, Poseidon's Admiral, next in sixth for China. So very little change at the very top of the leaderboard, just the one new addition, but we've still got some very big names to come and lots to look forward to. For the team competition at this early stage, it is France who have set the standard ahead of Belgium, Great Britain, Ireland, the US, Netherlands and Sweden. But of course, it is the best three from four scores to count, so all can change as the day progresses. We've got a short break now. We will be back at 10:25 local time, so around 15 minutes time, for the first of the New Zealand team riders, Taylor Mason and Jupiter. Do join us then. Welcome back to Boekelo, to the second session of Dressage here on day 2 of the 2024 FEI Eventing Nations Cup Series finale. FEI.tv got all of the coverage for you over the next few days. And we have 4 more teams to put their first riders forward. They would be New Zealand, Germany, Italy and Switzerland. And it will actually be New Zealand who get us underway. New Zealand, who are former winners of the Nations Cup here in Boekelo. They've also had 4 of the individual title wins. Andrew Nicholson, Lizzie Green and Tim Price has won it twice in recent years. They come forward now with Taylor Mason. Taylor rides Jupiter. Taylor, who's actually hails from New Zealand, but based over in Britain now, 30 years of age. Jupiter was actually 8th at Blenheim in the big 8 and 9-year-old class most recently. was 9th in the 4-star short in Linear last year. And has had some good results at the 3-star level as well. So looking for a first 4-star long completion by Eurosport Centavos. Owned by Taylor alongside Terry Miller, Sonia Mason and Catherine Corrich. Jupiter, actually a New Zealand warm blood bred by Sonia Mason. From this angle, that looks like a really nice halt. Very good in mobility. 2, 3, 4, 5 steps back. It just got a little bit stuck in the rein back, which was a shame. But actually a halt gets an 8 in there as well. The New Zealand team here, Tim and Janelle Price, joined by Taylor and Holly Swain, Ballycoskerry Regal Diamond for Holly. Janelle rides Full Monty de la Sens and Tim Global Quest. Nice transition up into canter. Then we'll come round for this first flying change. Second change was much better than the first, so falls across the board for the first, late behind, but second looked better. A slight miscommunication in the downward transition to trot, and again then that leaks into the extended. It's very difficult to pull that back then and go for the extended, and Taylor did a really good job. Trending around the mid-30 mark at the moment. Looked to have been a nice final halt as well. So Taylor Mason and Jupiter. Lots to like in their test. Just a couple of places where unfortunately the marks leaked away, and that has put their score into the late 30 territory, but there's definitely a lot more to come from this horse in the first phase. Only a 9-year-old. And we've got such a variety in the field here at Boekelo this year. We've got the 5-star winners, you know, the likes of Calero with Felix Volk, who'll come later. You've got 4-star winners, Ellipso de Levine for Sebastian Cavaillon. You've got, they've won at 4-star long level. Alert Amalibor, Astien Nicolas has won at the 4-star long level. As has Carlitos Quidditch K. For example, Marlene Hansen-Hotter, former Blenheim winner. But then you've got the young horses, the 8-year-olds, the 9-year-olds stepping up to the level for the first time. And it's one of the joys, isn't it, of an event such as Boekelo, that you get to see them all in the melting pot. There we go, 38.0 into 49th place at the moment. But still a very respectable first phase score. And that is the first score on the board for New Zealand. So still have first riders to go for Germany, Italy and Switzerland before we head into the second rotation of riders in this session. And coming forward in this session, you've got the likes of Anna Sima, FRH Butts Avondale, who are up next. Giovanni Ugolossi, Italian Olympian. Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, another ride for her third ride of the weekend so far. Porrig McCarthy, Kitty King, Sebastian Cavan as well. It is jam-packed full of some very, very smart horse and rider combinations. How fortunate we are to be able to enjoy them. We do hope you're enjoying all of the coverage thus far. So now we welcome Anna Sima, first of the German team riders, FRH Butts Avondale. This mare 17 years of age now, by Nobra, out of a heraldic mare, bred and owned by Dr. Professor Volker Steinkraus. And this mare has given Anna so much fun. Went over to Kentucky a couple of years ago. And had a great result there in the 5-star. Been top 20 at the European Championships. Was also 13th at the Europeans back in Le Moulin 2019. So it's been to two senior Europeans, a 5-star as well. Completed Boekelo here 12 months ago. And won the 4-star long format in Sopot a little bit earlier on this year. Finished on their dressage score of 30.7 on that occasion. She's a beautifully elegant mare, FRH Butts Avondale. Very expressive ears as well, not quite square, and just a little bit rushed and just dropped behind the vertical in the rein back. Good positioning in the half pass to the right. Waited really patiently for that counter transition. Really nice change. Jump through from behind, forward, straight. And we'll see what the marks say when they come in. But just an 8 and a 7 there at the moment. The judge is very much in agreement. See about the second of those changes. Lovely frame and picture down at the bottom short side of the arena. And again, a really nice, easy change. Those a highlight for sure in this test. She's a lovely, elegant mare. Very expressive with her way of going. And then another 8 in for that second flying change. Just moved a tiny bit in the halt. But Anasima FRH Butts Avondale, the first of the German team riders in the Nations Cup competition, has got their test done and dusted. And this mare looking very relaxed at the end of her test. They know each other so well, these two. They've had a great partnership over the years. And they'll be close to going inside the top 20 as things stand at the moment. 32.6, they're trending just with a couple of scores left to go. There we go, 32.5 into 21st on the leaderboard. 71.19% from C, 63.57 at M, 67.86 at E. So the leader remains Sarah Bullimore, Corin Miro, 27.0 out in front ahead of Belgium's Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, Kairado Darville on 27.3. Astier Nicolas Alert Amalib, or the only addition to the top of the leaderboard so far today. And he sits in third, 28.4. So Germany's first rider is done and dusted. 11 teams in the Nations Cup competition this weekend. And we still have the first team riders for Italy and Switzerland left to come. But for the rest of the day of dressage, our attention is solely on those team riders. Yesterday we saw all of the individuals come forward. Today it is all about the team in the Nations Cup competition. The series finale, the only one of the legs in the FEI Eventing Nations Cup series that is a long format competition. Most of the others, or all of the others, would be the short format, although some do see them jump on the final day after they have gone cross-country on the day prior, and then they show jump like you would in a traditional long format competition. Next to go, it is for Italy, Giovanni Ugolotti. Giovanni, who has long been one of the most established Italian riders in the senior championship teams. Completed the Olympic Games in Paris this summer with Swirly Temptress, but has also been to 4 senior Europeans, plus 2 World Championships as well. And he comes forward now with Cloud K. This is an 11-year-old, owned by Giovanni alongside his wife, Catherine Robinson. Catherine, who herself has competed at the Olympic level for Canada. They run a great yard down in Gloucestershire. Cloud K was actually second in the 4-star long format in Kililkey last summer, and comes here having been well placed at the 4-star level over in Ireland actually this year, 10th and 9th in Ballindennisk and Lisgarvan. Just gets those 5 steps in the rein back, wasn't quite square, which always makes it a little bit difficult. You want to see them in diagonal pairs in the rein back, so if they don't start square, then that's obviously not quite as straightforward to achieve straight away. Just seek to extend the frame. Take the contact forward in the extended walk. It's good over track. Nice uphill transition into canter. And a good change. Clean and straight. And in the extended canter itself is a mark, but the transitions into and out of are marked separately, and Giovanni did a really good job there of showing the transition into and out of the canter. Another good change. So Giovanni Ugolotti for Italy and Cloud K finished their test here in the main arena in Boekelo. Giovanni joined on the Italian team by Paolo Torlonia and Zinni, by Pietro Maialino and Firandal de Mera, and also by Daniel Bizzarro and Stormhill Riot, making up the Italian team. And he should come to the end of his test inside the top 25. Goes actually into 22nd place, 33.0, 141 from M, 141.5 from C, and 139.5 from E. So very consistent judging from our three judges there. And our ground jury made up again. I'll remind you of from France, President of the ground jury, Laurie Eslin. At M, Angela Tucker for Great Britain. And at E, Stuart Bishel for New Zealand. So lots of experience across the ground jury. As next to come forwards will be the final one of our first rotation of team riders. Will be Philip Ryan for Switzerland, with Aman Zara. But still, the leader at the top of the table is Sarah Bullimore, Corin Miro. 27.0 is the score to beat. For sure, there's a couple coming forward in this session that could go close to it. But she's competing as an individual for Great Britain, as is Lara de Liedekerke-Meier's Colorado Darville, the 8-year-old who was the individual silver medalist from the Young Horse World Championships in Le Lion d'Angers last year, currently sitting in second. Astier Nicolas Alert Amalib Or, the highest placed of the team riders thus far for France, sits in third, 28.4. And then in equal fourth, Leah Siegel van Helsingby for Austria, Max Warburton, Monbeg exclusive for Great Britain. But still a long way to go. And next to come forwards, it will be Philip Ryan for Switzerland. Switzerland, the 11th of the 11 teams here. And actually, it was back in 2019 that Switzerland, in this FEI Eventing Nations Cup series finale, secured their ticket, their qualifying ticket as a team to the Tokyo Olympic Games through the Nations Cup series. They then went on 3 years later, or 4 years later, I should say. 3 years later, Protoni 2022 at the World Championships to qualify in their own right at those Worlds. which took the pressure off them in the build-up to the Paris Olympic Games, and they went to Paris and they delivered a really strong performance. Finished eventually 5th, I think it was, on the team leaderboard. As now we welcome 40-year-old Philip Bryan into the main arena here at Boekelo. Philip comes forward with the 12-year-old Amansara, bred by Jean-Pierre Derabet, by a Turtle Bowl, owned by Gerda Furling-Derra and Rudy Bussard. Amansara, this 12-year-old, well placed in the Nations Cup legs in both Avanches, where they were 5th, and Montelebretti, where they were 9th a little bit earlier on this year. But have also been to the 4-star long level previously. Earlier on this season, they went to Stragon and finished 5th on that occasion. Would trend in the first phase around the mid to late 30s. Did move a little bit in the final halt there, but actually came through to stand beautifully square. Sevens for that extended walk. Now to the first of the changes. Good change, clean. Again, another clean change. Doing a really good job in keeping all of the marks that he can, Philip. A little abrupt into the final halt, but Philip Bryan, Amansara, getting Switzerland off to a very solid start here. And he looks pretty pleased with that as well. And so he should, because a very good start, their Boekelo campaign for 2024. And we do hope that wherever in the world you are joining us from, that you're enjoying all of the coverage thus far. FEI.tv will have all of the action for you from this FEI Eventing Nations Cup Series finale in Boekelo over the next few days. Tomorrow, of course, attention's very firmly set on the cross-country course. Adrian Ditcham, the cross-country course designer, and the weather forecast over the last, or the weather itself over the last few weeks has not been terribly straightforward. There's been a huge amount of rain However, the sun is shining, the sky is blue, there's a bit of a breeze out there as well. We had a similar day yesterday, so fingers crossed it will go some way to drying up the ground conditions. At 34.0 into 26th place at the moment. So that's Philip Ryan and Aman Sara in their first phase. So the leader remains Sarah Bullimore, but this is the order of go. So next to come forward, Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, her third ride of the weekend. You've got Kitty King, Crystal Fontaine, a horse that's had lots of very good results at the 4-star short level. Much anticipated 4-star long debut for them. As next to come forwards, it is Lara de Liedekerke-Meier. Lara rides formidable 62. She had 2 very good tests yesterday. Kairado Darville sits in second, 27.3. And Quintus in 19th at the moment, 32.1. But both of those are only 8-year-olds. However, formidable 32, very much the more experienced of her horses coming forwards. Lara, who was part of that Belgian team in Paris this summer, has been a huge part of the Belgian campaign and success over the last few years as well. And actually, she has been a big part of their Nations Cup team successes, was part of the team that won in Lignières last time out. Formidable 62, 10-year-old mare. Was 8th at Stragon on her last international outing, but has been on the podium at the 4-star level this year. Actually completed here 12 months ago. Clear cross country. Had a brace of wins at the 3-star level last year. And was bred by Anke Brandes. Is by 4 edition. Owned by Lara alongside Irene Teichel. And definitely the more experienced of Lara's 3 rides. Lara, who has been enjoying a real purple patch over the last 18 months or so. Confidence has been very, very high. She had worked hard to get it to that point because there had been a run of bad luck prior to that where things just hadn't gone her way. But now she's got a great team of horses. And of course, this summer, she became the first ever Belgian rider to win a 5-star when she took the Longy Le Moulin 5-star title with Uni Darville. She's a fierce competitor, but a great businesswoman. Mum to 2 young children as well. Her husband Kai, who is actually chef to keep for the Belgian team, also a very established and experienced cross-country course designer who is very much working his way up through the levels, having himself competed at the 5-star level. Didn't quite get that change, unfortunately. So that would be expensive, which is a real shame because the 9 just came in for the transition into canter. Yeah, 344 brings the score right back into the 30s. See how the second of those changes fares. Much better. She would have been on track to just challenge the lead there. So unfortunately, that's going to put paid to those chances. However, it is going to be a very strong performance for the Belgian team. She could still sneak sub 30 as well, depending on these last couple of movements. And a lovely finish to her test. Lara de Liedekerke-Meier and formidable 62 will go sub 30. And it has been 3 very, very good first phase performances for Lara. She has, as we've said, a brilliant team of horses at the moment. An 8 and a 7.5 already in for harmony of athlete and horse. That is a collective mark of 2. So a coefficient of 2. So that's the only double marked movement within this test, actually. The FEI 4-star test B. So that is going to be 72.86 from C, 67.62 from M, 71.43 from E, gives her a total penalty score of 29.4, goes into 8th. So all 3 of Lara's rides at the moment sitting well inside the top 20. Still a little way to go though, but it is another very good score for the Belgian team. They've got 29.4 for Lara, they've got 30.0 for Karin Donckers. And so they still have Cyril Gavrilovic and Jasper Peters left to come down the centre line for them a little bit later on. But certainly a solid start to their team competition. So we'll turn our attentions in just a moment to Ireland and to Porrig McCarthy. But just a reminder, the one to beat, Sarah Bullimore, Corin Miro, on that score of 27.0. Colorado Darville, Lara's second ride, currently sits in second, 27.3. Astier, Nicolas Alert, Amalib Or, 28.4 in third. Then equal fourth, Leah Siegel, Van Helsing P, Max Warburton and Mombeg Exclusive, both on 28.7. Next though, we will turn attentions to Porrig McCarthy. Porrig, who comes forward with Pomp and Circumstance. Porrig, who's currently ranked as number 40 in the FEI Eventing World Rankings. He actually is the individual and team silver medalist from the World Equestrian Games in Trine in 2018. Had that great partnership with Mr. Chunky. But has now got some really nice young horses stepping up the levels. He had a great win at Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials in the 8 and 9-year-old class with MGH Zabayoni. And took the top spot there. But this horse, Pomp and Circumstance, was 13th at Bramham in the 4-star short. Top 20 at Bicton, 6th at Ballindennisk, and has already done a 4-star long. Was 4th at Kronenberg at the beginning of this year, as well as top 6 finish at Blenheim in the 8 and 9-year-old class last season as well. So certainly lots to look forward to for them here. Owned by Porrig alongside Rachel and Sarah Goff. 10 years of age by Pompadour. Going to the first of these changes. Let's watch this. Good, first clean change. And the second was clean as well. So far, this has very much been a clear round in the dressage. It's been a while since we've had a totally mistake-free test. Well, dressage in Boekelo isn't dressage to music in the traditional sense. It is very much choreographed to the test, so that's not something the riders have to worry about. But there is a team making sure that the appropriate speed and style of music plays for the appropriate pace that is being introduced. And an 8 for his final halt and salute from President of our ground jury, Laurie Eslin at C. So Porrig McCarthy is going to put another solid score on the board for Team Ireland. And one thing we know for certain, it is not going to be a dressage competition at all because there's been plenty of rain around. The ground out there is certainly a little bit damp. And so they're really hoping for a good drying day, which it looks like we have got. So fingers crossed that will play its part. 32.6 into 23rd place on the leaderboard for Porrig McCarthy. So that gives them a two-phase score, Ireland, after their two riders of 63.8. And they still have Austin O'Connor and Susie Berry left to go. But of course, it will be the best 3 from 4 scores to count. So it could all change. $11 different nations in the FEI Eventing Nations Cup Series finale here in Boekelo. In terms of the overall standings, France on 370 points can't be caught. They're locked in, which means that it is a battle for the rest of the podium places. Great Britain and Germany on 240 points apiece. Next to go, it is Cassie Sanger. Cassie comes forward with Redfield Fair. Cassie actually came here 12 months ago with Fernhill Zorro. She's just 20 years of age. This horse she finished 4th on in the under-25 class at Bramham a little bit earlier on this year. Also finished 2nd in that same class as well. That was with Fernhill Zorro. Both were top 20 in the Cossaquin 4-star at Kentucky Horse Park in the spring. Fernhill Zorro was actually 35th place here 12 months ago. And she returns now as part of the Land Rover US eventing team with Redfield Fair. Mary Beth Davis and Imperio Magic, the first of the US team members, recording a score of 35.8. Relaxed into the extended walk. Cassie, who has a huge amount of experience actually competing over in Europe. She came over to Stockholm as part of the Emerging Athlete Programme last summer for the Nations Cup. And then she came over to Boekelo at the back end of last year, and then again this year she came over to Bremen. Competed at Bicton International down in Devon as well. Currently trending around 36.6. Which for this horse would be about where he would usually score as well. So Cassie Sanger and Redfield Fair, beg your pardon. Looking to have got the second score on the board for the US eventing team. The two to go for them, still Hallie Kuhn and Cute Girl, and Flip Dutton and Passant. In the second rotation of team riders here in Boekelo, the series finale of the FEI Eventing Nations Cup. And it is, as we wait for Cassie's score to come in, Coromiro, Sarah Bullimore, who still lead the way as individuals for Great Britain. Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, Kairado Darville, 27.3, so 0.3 behind Sarah's 27.0 in second. Astier Nicola, Alert Amalib Or, 28.4, the first of our team riders to feature on the leaderboard in third. And then Leah Siegel and Max Warburton tied for fourth at the moment. There we go, 36.4 for Cassie Sanger and Redfield Fair. So that sees them go into 45th place at the moment, but it is unbelievably tight in that middle part of the leaderboard. It's only going to get tighter as the day progresses as well. 96 combinations in total here in Boekelo, which is one of the biggest four-star competitions in the world. And actually, Boekelo has been known to have well over 100 starters, has reached 112 on a couple of occasions, including last year. So So we're well used to big fields of competitors, and huge credit to the organisers must go, because people really do vote for their feet, to the point that actually some nations, such as Great Britain, riders have to apply to their federation to be put forward to compete in Boekelo, because demand is so high. Now we turn our attentions to Kitty King for Great Britain. Kitty actually comes forward as rider number 2 for the British team. Kitty, the individual silver medalist from the European Championships last summer. That was with Vendredi Biats. Comes forward here with Crystal Fontaine. This horse was 6th at Bramham in the 4-star class there, the Defender 4-star, a little bit earlier on this summer. Has been top 10 at Burnham Market as well. Was 6th at Osberton in the 3-star long format last year. And had a bit of a time on the sidelines, missed the 2022 season. And much of the 2020 season, of course, was COVID year, but did come out and finish 3rd at Burnham Market in the 8-9-year-old class that was held there that year as a replacement for Blenheim. Was 6th at Le Lion d'Angers as a young horse in the 7-year-old division, and actually won the 6-year-old division back in 2018. So a former 6-year-old young horse world champion. And a 4-star long format debut actually came at Bicton in the 4-star there when they held an event over the same weekend as would have been Bramham, but obviously Bramham didn't run because of COVID, and so Bicton stepped in. They did do the dressage but didn't go cross country, so it's a fairly long awaited 4-star long here for one of the horses that has been largely regarded as one of the most up and coming, promising, talented youngsters in Great Britain for a little while. So Kitty King and Crystal Fontaine, 12 years of age now. Crystal Fontaine, bred by Clémence Ducange, by Chef Rouge, owned now by Alex and Camilla Wakely. Just resting a hind leg, which is unfortunate in the halt, because actually it was a lovely square halt, but that will be penalised. Easy forward downward transition. Very good over track. Looking relaxed in the extended walk. Just picked up the canter, possibly a fraction prior to the marker. Do lovely change. Lovely change again. Had 7s across the board for the first of those changes. Might pick up slightly more for the second. And actually 8s across the board for the second. It was beautiful, it was straight, it was through. Actually a 9.78 for their half pass as well. So these last couple of marks really bringing the score back down. Depending on this final halt, she could well challenge Sarah Bullimore. She's going to be pretty close to it. Might be cursing that first halt, because actually without that would be guaranteed to be taking over the lead here. But it is often the case you've got to do a clear round in the first phase as well. We often talk about it in the jumping, but actually you've got to deliver in the other, every single movement in the dressage as well. And actually looking to be 28.0 is the provisional score that's just coming up for me. We'll wait for that to be confirmed, but that would be good enough to put them into third place on the leaderboard. 71.19 from the judge at C, 70.71 at M, 74.05 at E, 28.0 goes into third. So Kitty King and Crystal Fontaine is the one to beat in terms of the team riders, because those two ahead of her, Sarah Bullimore, Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, both competing as individuals, remember, but she just sneaks ahead of Astier Nicolas and Alert Amalibor, who slot down now into fourth place. This is confirmation of that leaderboard as things stand. It is unbelievably close. Do you think 10 seconds in the cross country is 4 penalties? That covers the top 11. And by the looks of things, 10 seconds out there is not a huge amount to have in hand. So Sarah Bullimore, Corrimiro still the ones to beat. 27.0. She's holding on to that top spot. 2 8-year-olds actually out in the top 2 placings at the moment. Karin Donckers, Lara de Liedekerke-Meier also stepping up to the level for the first time. So in terms of Great Britain in the team standings, that actually sees them sneak ahead of Belgium after 2 riders, 58.6. Belgium, 59.4. Ireland, 63.8. The USA, 72.2. But, of course, still a long way to go. And as we keep saying, it is the best 3 from 4 scores to count. So actually it is the traditional team scoring system, which means that all could change as we go down to the wire with the 4th team members coming forward a little bit later on. Some times for you to look out for. We've got 2 left to go in this session, but the next session of dressage, you've got the Le Moulin 5-star winners from a couple of years ago, Felix Vogue, Calero, they go at 12:18 local time. Hallie Kuhn and Cute Girl, who did a brilliant test here 12 months ago, 12:39 is their time to go down the centre line. And this afternoon, you've got the likes of Janelle Price at 2:15, swiftly followed by Yulia Krajewski and Nickel 21 actually at 14:21. Definitely ones to look out for. Laura Collett, Philip Dutton, Ben Massey, Tim Price, Marlon Hansen-Hottop, all in the final session of dressage. So next to come forward, it is Ellipso de Levine. As Sebastian Cavall says a very chirpy good morning to our ground jury. I always find it so interesting watching each of the riders as to how they greet the ground jury members. Plenty of them smile, give them a nod good morning. A little bit of ring craftsmanship, if that is such a word. Hopefully to get them sitting up and taking notice. So this is Ellipso de Levine for Sebastian Cavall, actually a horse by Arco, Nick Skelton's wonderful show jumping sire that went to the Olympic Games in Athens in 2004. Owned now by the syndicate Ellipso Paris 2024. It was very much a plan for this horse to be in contention for Paris. He was on the long list. He had a great win at Saumur in the 4-star long format earlier on this year. Scored 23.4 on that occasion, which was a bit of an outlier in terms of their other international tests. But if he can replicate that here, he is going to be very competitive once again. They were top 25 here 12 months ago. Didn't quite get the square halt that Sebastian was looking for, but did have a nice rein back. And this horse actually won the 4-star long in Kronenberg last year as well. 10 years of age and a 2-time 4-star long winner already. Sebastian, who actually competed at the 5-star level with the wonderful Serdar Gouge. Yet to make his senior championship debut for France. One can't help but feel that it could be this horse that gets him his first call-up. Actually bred by the same breeder, Delavine, as the suffix used by Lucien Villot. And we've seen other horses, the likes of Vinci Delavine, who first with Astier Nicolas, then of course with Kazuma Tomoto, have represented both France and Japan at championship level. Lovely upward transition into canter. That should score a very nice mark. Trending around the 30 territory at the moment, so isn't going to be reproducing that 23 that they secured in Saumur earlier on this year, but it's still a very competitive score for Team France. And a lovely change once again. So Sebastian Cavaillon gets a lovely immobile halt to complete his test with Ellipso de Lavine. Will go sub 30 after that performance. And that will be good enough to, I think, squeeze France back ahead of Great Britain. It is going to be an unbelievably competitive Nations Cup Series finale here in Boekelo. 11 different nations represented, and we're in the thick of those team riders now. All of the individuals, or most of them I should say, 3 went first thing this morning, but the rest of them all went yesterday. And this again, a really nice test from Sebastian Cavaillon. Ellipso de Lavine very much looks like a horse to look out for the future. A 2-time 4-star long winner already in his career. And just a reminder that our first French team rider, Astier Nicolas, Alert Amalib Or, 28.4. This is going to be pretty close to that. And not quite going to be the same, I wouldn't have thought, but would be sub 30. Great Britain on a penalty score of 58.6 after 2 team riders. And I would imagine that France are just about to overtake them. Wait for that final score to come in. There we go, 29.8 into 10th. So 71.19 from C, 71.43 from M, 67.86 from E. So into 10th. There we go. That's confirmation of that. And that actually sees France go back ahead of Great Britain, 58.2, Great Britain 58.6, Belgium 59.4, but of course still a way to go. And actually Germany, Italy, Switzerland, New Zealand, Netherlands and Sweden, all with their second team riders to go. And of course they could all still use those scores, or one of those scores, as a drop score, but Sebastian Cavaillon and Ellipso de Lavine in 10th at the moment. So that means we've just one combination to come forward before the next break of the day. And it is for Sweden, Amanda Starm and Corpo Bay AT. The one to beat, remember, still remains Sarah Bullimore and Corin Miro. 27.0 is the score out in front. As now we welcome Amanda Starm and Corpu Bay 80 combination, who actually competed for Sweden at the European Championships in Harada last summer, completed there. Were 12th in Stragom at the 4-star long format last year. Top 20 at Blenheim in the 8 and 9-year-old class back in 2022. And this season have had some good solid placings at the 4-star level, including a clear round cross country at Arville in the Nations Cup last time out. So Corpu Bay is 11 years of age. By Corporal VDL, was bred by Tobias Nilsson in Sweden. Owned now by Amanda Helene and Per Olof Stam. First of our Swedish riders was Pontus Hugesson and Sinfire, who scored 40.1. So anything less than 40.1 for Amanda Starm will be a counting score for certain. Almost stepped up to be square behind, but wasn't quite. Good consistency in the frame and the contact during that rein back. Easy transition down into walk. Just a little bit unsettled in the contact, having picked up the canter transition. But good positioning in that half pass to the left. First flying change was good, so let's have a look at the second. Late behind, unfortunately. Just struggled to get that downward transition to trot, slight miscommunication. A lovely final halt, slap bang in time with the music as well for Amanda Starm and Corpu Bay 80. So that is a counting score for sure for the Swedish team. As we head to the break, the top of the leaderboard remains unchanged so far this morning. Sarah Bullimore Coromero on 27.0. Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, Colorado Darville on 27.3. Nobody has been able to overhaul them in the top spot. Kitty King, Crystal Fontaine has gone into third on 28.0 for the British Nations Cup team. Astier Nicolas and Alert Amalib Or into fourth on 28.4. For France, Leah Siegel, Van Helsing P, Max Warburton, Monbeg exclusive, equal in fifth at the moment. So Amanda Starr will bring you a score for her, 33.3. That's good enough to go just inside the top 30. And actually will definitely be, as I say, a counting score for Sweden. Sweden currently sitting on 73.6 after 2 riders. At the leaders after 2 riders, France 58.2, Great Britain 58.6, Belgium 59.4, Italy, Switzerland, New Zealand and the Netherlands and Germany all still have their second rider to go. But we've got a short break now. We'll be back with one of the most experienced combinations from the Netherlands, Sanne de Jong and Enjoy will be coming down the centre line at 11:50 local time, so just a shade over 15 minutes time. Do join us then. That is confirmation of the leaderboard. Who can overhaul? Can anyone overhaul Sarah Bullimore and Coromero, who currently lead the way on 27.0. Do come back and join us at 15 minutes time. Sanne de Jong, Enjoy, get us back underway with a session that includes the likes of Felix Vogt, Calero, the 5-star winners from Le Moulin a couple of years ago, Izzy Taylor, SBH Big Wall, Hallie Kuhn and Cute Girl as well for the United States of America. Do join us then. We'll be back after this short break.
you ever wanna make things right, if you ever wanna change your mind, I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. Sbagliare un calcio di rigore, suonare prima di col play, forse sì, forse no, almeno tu hai sempre ragione. Quante domande ti farei, dimmi di sì, dimmi di no. Ho un tatuaggio da rifare perché non mi piace più, a volte ho l'ansia che mi sale, la cosa che mi fa incazzare quando non mi parli più e il mondo sembra tutto uguale, tutto uguale. Io mi fido più di te che di me, che dei miei, dei DJ. Presto che non resisto, Italo disco, scusa se insisto, questa notte è quello che preferisco, è un chiodo fisso, un imprevisto per far l'amore. Questa non è Ibiza, festival bar con la cassa dritta, ti sto cercando ma è nebbia fitta, ti giuro se ti penso la mia testa suona, suona il palo disco. Io sto distratto e tu sei seria, ognuno tra i pensieri suoi, forse sì, forse no, mi parte il basso dei Righeira, se vado incontro agli occhi tuoi, la cosa che mi fa incazzare è quando non rispondi più e a volte ho l'ansia che mi sale, io mi fido più di te che di me, che dei miei, dei DJ. Presto che non resisto, Italo disco, scusa se insisto, questa notte è quello che preferisco, è un chiodo fisso, un imprevisto per far l'amore. Questa non è Ibiza, festival bar con la cassa dritta, ti sto cercando ma è nebbia fitta, ti giuro se ti penso la mia testa suona, suona il palo disco. Vorrei spiegarti quanto mi manca, moroder nell'anima, mi parte la cassa eppure sto zitto, Italo disco. Questa non è Ibiza, festival bar con la cassa dritta, ti sto cercando ma è nebbia fitta, ti giuro se ti penso la mia testa suona, suona il palo disco. Suona il palo disco, ti giuro se ti penso la mia testa suona, suona il palo disco.
If you can't love yourself, how in the hell you gonna love somebody else? Can I get an amen in here?
You gotta ask him. Yeah, I'm going to the party, but I'm not going to make friends. I need a love ball.
Everybody's looking for somebody to take home. I'm not the exception, I'm a blessing of a body to love on. If you want it bad tonight, come by me and drop a line, put your aura into mine. Don't be scared if you like it, I could fill you up with life, I could ease your appetite. No, you've never been this high. Don't be scared if you like it.
Welcome back to Boekelo for the second day of dressage here at the FEI Eventing Nations Cup Series finale. This is the order of go for the next session of dressage. Sanne de Jong and Enjoy getting us underway for the Netherlands. And then we've got other big names in there as well, the likes of Felix Vogt, the likes of Austin O'Connor, Hallie Kuhn, Izzy Taylor, and Alexis Gurry for France. So how are things shaping up as they stand at the moment? Well, Sarah Bullimore, the overnight leader, is still out in front, 27.0 with Corin Miro, ahead of Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, still holding on to second as well, Corrado Darville, 27.3. The newest addition to the top of the leaderboard is Kitty King, Crystal Fontaine, 28.0 for the British team, Astier Nicolas, Alert Amalib, or also for Team France, having gone into the top 4. But what next? Well, Sanne de Jong, one of the most experienced combinations from the Netherlands. Sanne comes forward with Enjoy. And this is the horse that actually she rode at the Olympic Games in Paris this summer, finished inside the top 50 individually there, but also her ride at the European Championships in both Harada in 2023 and Avanche in 2021, plus the World Championships in Protoni. So a 4-time championship campaigner. Sanne currently ranked inside the world's top 400. Enjoy, 15 years of age now, by Cartano, owned by Sanne alongside Jantien van Zon and Johan Verst. Jump clear cross country at both Bicton and Stragom in the 4-star short format competitions earlier on this year. Lovely and relaxed in the extended walk. So to the first of those changes, comes up very quickly. Got to get straight, rather jumped through. Get straight, and haven't got a huge amount of space to do it in. Really goes for it in the extended canter. $4.65 for that change. Again, isn't going to pick up the biggest marks, but wasn't late behind as such. So Sanne de Jong and Enjoy will put in a good score for the Dutch team. Will be around the early 30 territory. And in terms of their Dutch National Championship campaign, they should actually go into the lead in the Dutch National Championship class as well. So it is a national title that has so far eluded Sanne de Jong in her career, which has been extremely extensive. So Sanne de Jong, 32.9, goes into the lead in the Dutch National Championship division and goes into 26th place in the overall leaderboard. In terms of the Dutch team score, it gives them a two-rider score of 72.1 and means that Sanne will definitely be a counting score. They still have Sarah van Leuven and Janneke Boonskaya left to go for them. So, France leading after two riders, and still, of course, Germany, Italy, Switzerland, New Zealand for their second riders to go. They're all coming up in the next few horses, but France 58.4, Great Britain 58.6, Belgium 59.4. So that looks like there has just been a slight amendment to Ellipso de Levine, 30.0 rather than 30.2. He currently sits in 12th place. He was actually 29.8, I think, so that's just been amended. And do check the official scoreboards, because all of those scores that we give you will be confirmed by the official teams on site and will be verified once the score sheets are all collected as well. That's why there are sometimes just a couple of minor little amendments. So, next to come forwards, it will be for New Zealand, Holly Swain, Ballycoskerry, Regal Diamond. Also to come forward in this session, looking at those who could overtake the top of the leaderboard. Sarah Bullimore, Corin Miro out in front. You've got Felix Vogue and Calero. They could certainly deliver a very smart test. Hallie Kuhn and Cute Girl, another who've been in the mid-20 territory before. Izzy Taylor, SBH Big Wall, also four-star winners in the past few months, could produce a very smart test. A little bit later on, Yulia Krawski, Nickel 21, combination who are 8th individually at the Olympic Games this summer, and Laura Collett de Capo would be the picks to challenge the very top of the leaderboard. Saying a very jolly good morning to each of the judges. Holly Swain and Ballycoskerry Regal Diamond. Our ground jury here, Laurie Eslin, president of the ground jury for France, is at C. M. Angela Tucker for Great Britain, and at E. Stuart Bishall for New Zealand. The technical delegates in charge of the competition this weekend is Gillian Carl from Ireland. As now Holly Swain comes forward with Ballycoskerry Regal Diamond. Holly, who has been based over in the UK for the last couple of years, had that wonderful partnership with the brilliant five-star campaigner Solo, but also has she still has that brilliant partnership with him, but also has these really nice young horses stepping up the levels as well. Ballycoskerry Regal Diamond actually was 6th at the four-star over in Kililkey back in June, jumped to super clear cross country there. Has had some good placings at the 3-star level and has been clear cross country at Mill Street and at Marbach in the 4-star classes there. He's a real Irish stamp of a horse. Was bred by Eddie Meehan by Gentle Diamond out of a high roller mare owned by the Hendricks Syndicate. Lovely square holds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps in the rein back. Did just get momentarily a little bit stuck. Want to really extend that frame in the extended walk. Everything just wants to stretch out longer. Doesn't want to get quicker. Just wants to cover more ground and be a bigger picture as such. I'm going to pick up the biggest marks for that change, which was together behind. Lovely expression on this horse's face. Ears flickering back and forth, listening to Holly sending all of the signals down the reins. Very similar second change to the first, which scored a 4, 5 and a 4. So we'd expect similar for the second. Lost a little bit of balance at the early part of that extended trot. The transitions into and out of the extended trot are marked separately as well within the test. But what a lovely horse, and a really nice halt to finish. Ballycoskerry Regal Diamonds, I have to say, I think is gone on my list of ones that I'm really looking forward to watching over the coming days. And I have to say, the team in charge of the music here in Boekelo doing a wonderful job, because they are choreographing the music to the tests. The riders aren't necessarily riding to music as you would see in the pure dressage discipline, but actually it's nice to hear the odd little nod to the particular horse as well. A bit of Rihanna to Ballycoskerry Regal Diamond. At 38.7 into 63rd place on the leaderboard. So for Team New Zealand, they still have Tim and Janelle Price left to go. Tim, of course, a two-time winner of Boekelo, but from their first two riders, 38.0 from Taylor Mason and Jupiter, 38.7 from Holly Swain. So Taylor Mason will definitely be a counting score there, 76.7 at the moment. Next to come forward for Germany, it is Emma Brasso. Emma, who comes forward with Dark Desire GS. And this is the horse that has been such a monumental part of Emma's career to date. Helped her to that individual gold at the Young Rider European Championships back in 2019 in Marsbergen. Took the individual silver as well in Fontainebleau the year previous. Emma, a two-time junior team gold medalist as well. She has long been one of the most admired young riders in Germany. And actually this horse went to the 5-star in Le Moulin last year, finished just outside of the top 20. Was third at Stragon on their last 4-star run as preparation for this. Actually came here to Boekelo 12 months ago as well, having been 23rd here back in 2022. Emma, based at Werendorf. Has worked very closely with the likes of Yulia Krajewski, who've been instrumental in her career. Julia, of course, not only is one of the senior team riders for Germany, but has been a huge part of the junior young rider programs over the years as well. Lovely extended walk. Moment, this is trending well on track with our leaders. Question is, can she keep that clear round in the first phase? Well, the first change is good. That extended walk getting the big marks that we thought it might. 7.875 and 7.5757 for the first of those changes as well. Lovely uphill way of going, very consistent and secure in the contact and the carriage. Another good change. Perhaps not quite as good as the first, but still clean. And this is very much on track to challenge the lead of Sarah Bullimore. Trending 27.4, but of course still last couple of movements to come in. The leader at the moment, Sarah Bullimore, 27.0. So Dark Desire GS, Emma Brusso for Germany, putting in a really, really good performance in the first phase. And this is going to certainly be one to keep a very close eye on. Their personal best at the top level for this horse, at the 4-star level, is 29.0. Has been as low in his career as 18.6 in a 3-star at Floors Castle a few years ago. But can they go lower than Sarah Bullimore? I think she is going to be able to do it. So, have we got a new leader? Is it Germany that is going to the top of the leaderboard? Emma Brusso and Dark Desire GS, a new top-level personal best for the combination, 26.6. And that is now the score to beat. Emma Brusso, Germany. Dark Desire GS go into the lead individually. That is a huge test for the German team as well. Germany and Great Britain really battling it out for second place in terms of the overall series standing. They're both tied on 240 at the moment, but there is confirmation. 156.0, 153.0, 153.5. Unanimous from our judges, 26.6 is the score to beat. So, Sarah Bullimore, Coromiro drop down into second, Lara de Liedekerke-Meier and Corrado Darville into third. Kitty King, Astier Nicolas rounding out the top 5 at the moment. Karin Donckers sees us in 12th. So, in terms of the overall team standings, what does that do for Team Germany? It actually gives them a two-rider score of 59.1 at the moment. They're counting 32.5 from Anasima, FR8 Butts Avondale. They will definitely count Emma Brusso's score and Dark Desire GS. So, France, Great Britain, Germany, Belgium, Ireland, the Netherlands, the US, Sweden, New Zealand are the team standings after 2 riders. Still 2 nations left to go. So next to come forward, it is Paolo Torlonia for Italy with Zinni. Zinni was at the 8 and 9-year-old class at Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials. Completed with a clear round cross country there as part of their preparation for this. Also went clear cross country at Hartbury International Horse Trials, completed at Bergam International as well. An 8-year-old mare who has been produced up the levels by Paolo. Actually finished just outside the top 30 with a super clear cross country, a fast clear cross country at Le Lion d'Angers in the Young Horse World Championships for 7-year-olds last year. Of course, Le Lion d'Angers will be live for you on FEI.tv next weekend as we see the future stars of our sport. Paolo, rider number 2 for Italy. Giovanni Ugolotti has already been and secured a score of 33.0. Paolo, who's based over in England, actually represented Italy at the European Championships in Avanches with Bambino de Lilate back in 2021. It's a big atmosphere for these young horses. Boekelo is a fairly atmospheric arena, and they'll certainly feel the intensity of the crowd. Some 60,000 or so people expected on cross country day tomorrow. Means that it's always a very busy, a very buzzy, intense cross country track with lots of crowds situated quite close to the ropes on the galloping lanes. And actually, for horses such as Zinni that have been to Le Lion d'Angers as a young horse, where you do expect to see large numbers of crowds as well, you would probably get a similar number of people out in Le Lion d'Angers on cross country day. It definitely means that they come here with some experience, some level of expectation as to what might be in store for them, because otherwise it can be, you know, quite different to the atmosphere that a lot of these young horses have experienced so far. Paolo doing a great job with Zinni, because you could see when she came around the outside of the arena, definitely a little bit hot. Got sixes across the board for the 676, beg your pardon, for the first flying change. Perhaps won't get that for the second, but still trending in the mid-30 territory. Just needs to keep the quality of the canter. So into the final halt it is Paolo Torlonia and Zinni, the second team rider for Italy, and he looks really pleased with that, and so he should, because this mare's still pretty inexperienced, only an 8-year-old, and has really stepped up to the atmosphere here in Boekelo. Looking much more relaxed on the exit to the arena as she did when she first came in, settled in beautifully, and will be pretty similar to the score that they recorded actually at Blenheim in the 8 and 9-year-old class there of 35.3, not going to be a million miles away. So Paolo Torlonia and Zinni taking us to the end of the second rotation of team riders, which means some 22 combinations left to go. And there we go, 36.8. So sees them go into 55th place at the moment. 62.38, 63.33 and 64.05. The judges largely very much in agreement there. So the individual leader is Emma Brosso for Germany. Dark Desire GS, 26.6. Sarah Bullimore, our overnight leader, just having dropped down into second with Coromiro, 27.0. Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, Colorado Darville in third, 27.3. In terms of the teams, after 2 riders have been for each team except Switzerland. And actually, Switzerland will welcome Felix Vogt forward now. Then it will be Robin Godel. But I think Switzerland, beg your pardon, just fielding the 3 riders within their team of Philip Ryan, Felix Vogt and Robin Godel. So 3 very strong team riders, but they won't have a drop score. So we'll get you the score for Felix, then we'll give you an update on the overall team scores as they stand. But Felix Vogt comes forward on one of the most experienced horses in the field. Felix, 34 years of age, rides Calero, combination who won the Longines Le Moulin 5-star a couple of years ago. Actually, we're second in Arville as part of their preparation for this. Had a super double clear round with a sub-30 dressage. 4th in Babrithco in the 4-star a little bit earlier on this year. Have been 11th at Haradapat in the European Championships last summer. So just outside the top 10 there. Top 20 at Po 5-star. Top 20 at Le Moulin 5-star. And of course, the winners of Le Moulin in 2022, where they finished on their dressage score of 29. Has been as low as 23.9 at the 4-star level. That was in Avanche back in 2021. He's 16 years of age now, Calero. Certainly knows his job. And was actually Felix's ride at the Olympic Games in Tokyo, where they went on to a top 20 individual finish. And that's one of the wonderful things about Boekelo, actually. We've got these brilliant 5-star winning horses. You've got plenty of really experienced championship horses as well. But then you've got the next generation. The 8-year-olds, the 9-year-olds stepping up to the level for the first time with their whole careers ahead of them. Calero just a little bit unsettled in the contact. Bit of tension creeping in that extended walk. And again, just that bit of tension creeping in prior to the canter transition too. Which is just going to stop him picking up the big marks, unfortunately. Bold in the extended canter, comes back to him nicely. takes an absolute picture. Huge credit to all of the teams behind these horses who do a wonderful job. Let's see if the second change is better than the first. Yes, it is. So the first change was expensive, but the second was much better. And we've seen real variance actually in the marks. The judges have not been afraid to offer the 9s, the 8s, the 8.5s. But then the range of judging. So Felix went from a 4 for his first flying change to an 8 for his half pass. And that's good judging. You know, you've got to judge each movement as it comes. So Calero, obviously feeling pretty fresh and full of himself. He knows what's to come tomorrow. Wouldn't be his lowest first phase score, but it's still going to be a very respectable score at that. And we'll see him probably just inside the top 20, there or thereabouts, at the end of the test. So Felix Vogt and Calero, rider number 2 for Switzerland, gives a provisional score of 31.1, so 69.52 from C, 67.38 from M, 69.76 from E, gives them a penalty score of 31.1, go into 17th on the leaderboard. So now let's take a look at where the team standings are. Each team has had 2 of their riders complete their test. France 58.4 out in front, just ahead of Great Britain 58.6, Germany in third 59.1, Belgium 59.4 in fourth. A fence or 10 seconds in the cross country or so back to Ireland in fifth 63.8, then Switzerland 65.1, Italy, the Netherlands, the USA, Sweden, New Zealand rounding out the team standings as they shape up at the moment. But of course, we do still use the traditional best 3 scores from 4 to count towards the team score. So all of these scores very much won't be locked in until the final riders have been down the centre line. As we're halfway through this third session of dressage here on day 2. And it's wonderful to see the sun shining in Boekelo. I'm sure the organising team, the course team as well, will be absolutely thrilled because they have had some really, really tricky weather conditions over the last couple of weeks. And huge credit must go to the organisers, to the hosts, for keeping the show quite literally on the road, because there has been a lot of rain and the lorry park has become very churned up. They've done a lot of work on the ground out on the cross country. They might make some tweaks depending on how it gets dried out. In yesterday we had a good drying day, and today we should be having a good drying day as well. So they will assess that and they might make some tweaks to the course. But ultimately we're very grateful to them for all of their hard work, because without it we wouldn't be able to run the event. And you know, a huge amount of blood, sweat and tears goes into running any major event wherever in the world it is, and without them it simply wouldn't be possible. So now we turn our attentions to the first of our third team riders, and this is for Belgium, Cyril Gavrilovic and Gatine de Lorbray. Cyril Gavrilovic comes forward with Gatine de Lorbray on the team, with Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, Karin Donckers and Jasper Peters, all represented in this Belgian team. Gatine de Lorbray was clear cross-country in Arville in the Nations Cup there, was actually just outside the top 20 in Le Lion d'Angers in the Young Horse World Championships last year as well, so stepping up to the 4-star long level for the first time, this 8-year-old mare. Just a little bit tense coming out of the first halt. Bred by Laurent Gatineau, by Canciuro, out of a Lavillon mare, owned by Laurent Gatineau still. I always think it's so incredibly special to breed a horse and watch it progress up the levels still within your ownership. Quite rushed and unbalanced in the rein back. But Cyril doing a good job in knowing just how much he can ask for. And there's a real skill in that, in knowing just what you're sat on and knowing what you can ask for in this first phase. It's very easy for us to be sat watching at home or in a commentary position, but ultimately the only person that really knows is that rider in the whiteboards. Interesting to see if she can settle in this extended walk. She's a big horse. He's doing a very good job thus far. I'm sure he'll be quite tactical when he retakes the contact in the transition at F from the extended walk to the medium walk. He's keeping a lid on it, and he just accepts that the canter transition a moment or so early. She just comes above the contact slightly in that canter transition and actually doesn't really do a true flying change at all. Now that could be tactical because it looks like quite a deliberate move. Perhaps the flying changes aren't established, but ultimately that will be very costly because the judges will mark that down. A 3 and a 2 and a 1 actually from our judges, but essentially it wasn't really a flying change. See what he does the second time round. And that looks like a really mature decision by Cyril Gavrilovic, because perhaps the mare's changes aren't there, and he feels that actually if he asks her for them at this stage in her training, that within the arena she is just going to get a little bit tense, a little upset, and then of course that carries on into the next movement, doesn't it? Whereas at the moment she goes and yes, she will be marked down very heavily on those two movements. However, she will have also had a really good experience in the first phase, and that's so important for these young horses. And it's so important as riders that actually they take responsibility for giving these horses a good experience. So gets a 3-2-1 again from the judges for that second change. So both of those changes very costly, but I think it looked very much like a planned and deliberate decision by Cyril. And otherwise she very much kept it together because she'd looked a little bit unsettled at the early part of her test. And actually, bar those two changes, there's been a lot of 6s, a lot of 6.5s and a few 7s in there as well. And that should still see them with a 40 or below final score, which I think he will be pretty pleased with, to be honest. And very much looks like a mare to look forward to for the future. Only an 8-year-old. And Cyril Gavrilovic and Gatine de Lorbray finish their test. So 40.0 for Cyril Gavrilovic, Gatine de Lorbray, and into 71st place on the leaderboard. This is the start list of those still to come forward. Austin O'Connor is Zaza, Hallie Coon and Cute Girl, Izzy Taylor, SBH Big Wall, all big names for Ireland, the USA and Great Britain still to come. 4 riders left in this session of dressage. The leader, remember, Emma Brasseau, Dark Desire, GS 26.6. Germany still have Julia Krajewski and Marlin Hansen-Huttop, arguably their 2 ace cards to come forward. Both of those horses have been very, very successful. Nickel 21 has been, of course, top 10 at Olympic Games. Marlin Hansen Hotop, Carlitos even, I'll put my teeth back in. Carlitos Quidditch K has been 4th at Kentucky 5-star and is a Blenheim winner. So they are going to be in a really strong position, one would imagine, at the end of the day in terms of the team standings. But it is Sarah Bullimore, Corin Miro, who sit in second, just 0.4 behind Emma Brasso and Dark Desire GS, Lara de Liedekerke-Meier and Kairado Darville, the second of her 3 rides, rounding out the top 3 at the moment. Well, we do hope you're enjoying all of the coverage from Boekelo. What a brilliant event we have got. 96 combinations in the lineup. They always attract a bumper field, and this year is absolutely no different. We've seen some great winners of this competition in the past, the likes of Laura Collett's London 52. Yulia Krevsky and her 5-star winner and Olympic campaigner Samurai Dutot won this event as well back in 2018. Plus, of course, Nicolas Touzon Diablo-Month, who won 12 months ago, then went on to help France win a team silver at the home Olympic Games in Paris this summer. Now the turn of Austin O'Connor. Austin, who made history for Ireland a little under 12 months ago when he became the first Irish rider in 58 years to win at the 5-star level, when he took the Maryland 5-star title with Colorado Blue. But he's got some really nice horses stepping up to the 4-star level, and this mare is absolutely one of them. Izaza was 7th at Cornbury in the 3-star there, completed Aachen this summer, top 10 at Bramham International Horse Trials as well. Did complete Blenheim last year and completed Mill Street as well. So this 3rd 4-star long for this mare. So pretty experienced at the level. 11 years of age. By Zaval VDL, owned by Leslie Rose alongside Austin. So from where our camera position is, we, generally speaking, get a view very similar to that of Angela Tucker at M and perhaps of Laurie Eslin at C. We're sort of situated between the 2 judges there. Stuart Bishel, the judge at E, so he's on the side of the arena. Austin did a good job in just keeping her relaxed in the early part of this walk. Keep the frame and contact consistent. Clean change. Trending at the moment in the mid-30s. Ireland already had Porrick McCarthy and Aoife Clark on the scoreboard. Susie Berry will be their number 4 rider with Clever Trick a little bit later on. 7s across the board for that change. slight difference of opinion for the second of those changes from the judges, 4, a 6 and a 7. They are situated, of course, at different positions around the arena, so they do see different things. And I would say huge credit must go to the judges, because 96 combinations to judge across the 2 days of competition. It's a pretty intense job. And I have to say, certainly one that I'm glad they're in the hot seat and not me. So, Austin O'Connor, some really nice work there from Izaza. An 8 just coming in towards the end of his test for that extended trot, and actually is going to get some nice harmony marks as well, which will pull his score down slightly at 33.4. And that's good enough to put him into 34th place on the leaderboard. What does that do in terms of the team? Well, actually, it means at the moment that Ireland will have a team score at worst of 97.2. If Susie Berry can improve upon 33.4, so 33.3 or better, then that will improve their team score. But of course, the best 3 from 4 scores to count. So, Ireland and Belgium, 99.4 for Belgium. And again, they still have Jasper Peters and Jackass PK left to go. But it is proving to be a super competitive Nations Cup Series finale here in Boekelo. We do hope that you're enjoying it all. We've got some of the best horses and riders in the world, and actually some of the future superstars in the sport. These are some of the horses that we're going to see potentially, dare I say it, Los Angeles 2028, Aachen, the World Championships in 2026 as well. We could be seeing the stars of the future born here this weekend in Boekelo. So, next to come forward will be Hallie Kuhn and Cute Girl. Hallie and Cute Girl actually went very, very close to a huge performance in Aachen a little bit earlier on this year. Unfortunately, things just unravelled for them in the main arena under pressure with the clock. But this is a horse that is knocking on the door of another very big result. She's 10 years of age now, Cute Girl. Actually won the Le Lion d'Angers Young Horse World Championships with Kevin McNabb back in 2021 as a 7-year-old. Hallie then took on the ride, and this season won the 4-star in Oudkastel and the 4-star in Kronenberg. And actually, this time, 12 months ago, they did come to Boekelo, and they scored a brilliant 25.0 in the first phase, which I think, from memory, saw them as the leaders after the first phase. I'll confirm that for you, because they were very, very close to the top of the table. The only other one that was closest was Yulia Kravsky and Nickel 21. As it happened, they did not complete. So Nickel scored 23.6. So Hallie would have been in second after dressage 12 months ago. And unfortunately, they had a late 20 penalties on the cross country, which from memory was at the sort of water crossing, sort of back towards home. And unfortunately, they picked up 20 penalties there. But they did complete with a lovely clear round on the final day. So all to play for this weekend. Have since been double clear at Saumur a little bit earlier on this season. Hallie owns this mare alongside Helen Kuhn. And she's a very, very smart horse. You can totally see where her name comes from. She was beautifully produced by Kevin McNabb. But Hallie has got a wonderful partnership with her now. She's a phenomenal jumper. Definitely one to look out for on Sunday. .877 for the first entry for Hallie. Trending at the moment at around a 30. Clarity on the leaderboard sees you just around 12th as things stand. Tiny bit of tension. The horses know that the canter transition is coming, and when you pick up the contact from the extended to the medium, you sometimes have to be quite tactical. Late behind, unfortunately, in that first flying change. Was a little bit after the aid as well. Much better second change. So up the final centre line, Hallie Coon and Cute Girl aren't quite going to replicate the 25.0 that they scored 12 months ago, but they will be a counting score for the Land Rover US eventing team. And that will be just around the top 20 mark on the individual leaderboards. In terms of the US team thus far, Mary Beth Davis Imperio Magic 35.8 will be a counting score. Cassie Sanger and Redfield Fair are on 36.4, so at the moment that is potentially the drop score. Cute Girl, Hallie Coon go into 15th, 30.4, 102.6 is at the moment the three-phase score, the three-team rider score, beg your pardon, for the USA. They still have Philip Dutton and Passant left to go, so anything better than 36.4 will see their score drop lower. So, Emma Brusso, Dark Desire GS lead the way, 26.6 out in front ahead of Sarah Bullimore and Corin Miro, 27.0. Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, Kairado Darville rounding out the top three, 27.3. Very consistent judging for Hallie Coon and Cute Girl, 69.29 from C, 69.76 from M, 69.76 from E. So 30.4 sees her in 15th. At the moment, but it is such an international field here. I think there's 19 different nations represented across this four-star class, and at the moment we've got the likes of Belgium, Great Britain, Germany, France, Austria, China, the USA, all in the top 11. But it's great to see so many different nations flying the flag. Now it is Izzy Taylor and SBH Big Wall. Izzy, who comes forward with one of the most well-respected young horses on the British circuit. SBH Big Wall was 9th at Blenheim in the 8 and 9-year-old class, jumped a lovely double clear round. Scored a 32.0 in the first phase, so look out for that score here. But also, this horse won the 4-star short over in Ireland at Lisgarvan International back in August, and 26.9 was their first phase score on that occasion. So all to play for in the first phase. This horse actually completed Aachen this year and did come here 12 months ago as an 8-year-old, completed with just a frangible device activated in the cross country, but otherwise have been 4th at Lilian d'Angers a couple of years ago in the Young Horse World Championship. So a horse that actually is only 9 years of age, but has seen quite a lot in his career to date. Was bred by John Murphy over in Ireland, is by the wonderful sire Puissance, owned now by Jane Timmis. Puissance, a horse that has sired many a championship campaigner. Sam Watson, Irish international event rider, a big fan of a Puissance-sired horse. His major championship ride for a number of years, Horseware Bushman, was also by the sire. And it's good to see Izzy now with a string of horses getting some really nice results at the 4-star level. Happy Days was just second in the 4-star long at Ballindenisk a couple of weeks ago. She's an enormously experienced rider, has been to 3 senior European championships. But things haven't been totally plain sailing in the last couple of years. But she is an unbelievably hard worker. Extremely tough and really excels in the cross country. She would have spent much of her childhood, I'm sure, in the hunting fields. And so a little bit of wet underfoot tomorrow would not at all worry Izzy. Lovely change. Trending around the 30 mark at the moment. But 7's coming in for that change as well. He's such a gorgeous, striking horse, SBH Big Wall. Interested to see the transition mark in and out of that extended canter, because Izzy was very, very deliberate, very clear with them. And you get a mark for the transitions in and out. Another lovely change. And you get a mark for the extended canter itself. And actually, yeah, just looking at that 877 for those transitions. And actually got 2 7.5s and a 7 for the extended canter itself. So that's enough to have dropped to sub 30. So this is another very smart test for the British team. Kitty King and Emily King are the 2 scores on the board so far. But a sub 30 score would be a counting score for Britain for certain. Lovely finish. SBH Big Wall, Izzy Taylor have finished their first phase, and it will be a very good sub 30 score as well. Plenty of 8s coming in right at the end of their test, and you can see that there's more to come from this horse as well, which is super exciting for the future. Only a 9-year-old, as I say. Still have the harmony of athlete and horse marks to land in, but on a 28.6, so going to be pretty close to a top 5 here. And actually, That gets 75775. So 28.7 looks like it is the provisional score. We'll wait for that to be confirmed. That is correct. Goes equal in 6th with Leah Siegel, Van Helsing P and Max Warburton, Mombeg exclusive. So 28.7 for Izzy Taylor. And again, very, very consistent amongst the judges. 71.67, 71.19, 71.19. So very, very consistent. And Izzy goes into 6th. So Emma Brusso, Dark Desire GS, still the one to beat. Sarah Bullimore and Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, unchanged from their positions overnight. I say unchanged. They actually have dropped down to 2nd and 3rd from their positions overnight. They were the top 2 after the first day of dressage. Kitty King, Crystal Fontaine, the 2nd of the British team riders, and Izzy Taylor, SBH Big Wall, also in there as well. So what does that do for the British team? Well, they still have Laura Collett de Capo left to go, but they have a score of 87.3 from their first 3 riders. And at the moment, Emily King and Jackpot 30.6 is the highest of their 3 scores. And therefore, anything better than that will improve that score of 87.3 as well. So, Great Britain and Izzy Taylor have done what they can do so far. They wait now for Laura Collett, who will be second in after the final break of the day. Now we turn our attentions to the 3rd team rider for France. This is Alexis Gury. Alexis Gury with Javal. Come forward having been 4th in Varigam as part of their preparation for this. They were actually 7th at Saumur a little bit earlier on this year, so have stepped up to the 4-star long before and jumped a lovely double clear in the spring. Previously, actually won a couple of events at the 3-star level as well. So this is a horse that has all of the ingredients in all 3 phases to put in a very competitive result here this weekend as well. Was originally produced up to the 3-star level by Alexandra Van Dam, but Alexis took over the ride at the end of 2022. And by Zaval VDL, owned by Alexis, alongside Fanny Hamelin-Boyer and Michelle Mitius. Alexis, who many of you might remember for his brilliant partnership with Trompe de Lille de Lemery, who gave him his first senior championship call-up, but also took him to the Young Rider European Championships, top 10 at Bramham in the under-25 class there as well. Nice upward transition into canter. Just get a little bit tight in the neck. Got a lovely 8 for the extended walk. Good change. And this is a really nice test so far. Trending sub 30. will be a big test for the French team. They still have Benjamin Massey, Figaro Fonroy left to go, but it's a very, very strong French squad here. Just slight loss of balance at the end of that extended trot, which was a shame. So we'll have just crept over the 30 marker after those couple of later bobbles, but still a very respectable score for the third team rider for France. France, their first two riders, Nastier Nicolas, Alert Amalib, or 28.4. And Sebastian Cavon, Ellipso de Levine, 30.0. So just waiting for that score to come in. 31.4 provisionally for Alexis Scurry. And Javal sees them into 23rd place on the leaderboard. So that takes us to the lunch break, and it is Emma Brosseau, Dark Desire GS, who lead the way. 26.6, a top-level personal best for the duo, ahead of Sarah Bullimore and Corin Miro, 27.0 in second. Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, Cairado Darville in third. In terms of the team standings, it is actually Great Britain, 87.3. France 89.8, Ireland 97.2, Belgium 99.4, the top four of those teams that have three riders that have completed. Germany, Switzerland, Italy, Netherlands, Sweden and New Zealand still, of course, have another rider to go. So that is the individual standings at the lunch break here on day 2 of Dressage in Boekelo. We will be back after the next break. And plenty of big names to bring you as well. The next session includes the likes of Janelle Price, Yannicka Boonskaya, Yulia Krajewski, Nickel 21 will be down the centre line at 14:21 local time. You won't want to miss it. So an hour's break now. We'll be back at 2 o'clock local time, and promises to be an exciting conclusion to 2 days of dressage here in Boekelo. Do join us then.
feel the heat, I wanna own the night. I wanna feel the beat, I wanna dance tonight. I wanna lose myself, I wanna come alive. I wanna feel the love go into overdrive. I wanna feel the heat, I wanna own the night. I wanna feel the beat, I wanna dance tonight. I wanna lose myself, I wanna come alive. I wanna feel the love, I wanna go into overdrive. Into overdrive. It doesn't matter where I go, I feel the music in my soul. I love the way the rhythm makes my body go. There's a dance floor in my dreams, and I've been moving in my sleep. Love the way the bass line makes me lose control. I wanna feel the heat, I wanna own the night. I wanna feel the beat, I wanna dance tonight. I wanna lose myself, I wanna come alive. I wanna feel the love, I wanna go into overdrive. Into overdrive. I wanna feel the heat, I wanna own the night. I wanna feel the beat, I wanna dance tonight. I wanna lose myself, I wanna come alive. I wanna feel the love go into overdrive. Into overdrive. Into overdrive. Into overdrive. Into overdrive.
Ven acá, quiero decirte que siento. Ojalá pueda besarte muy lento. Quiero que tu boca vaya abriendo camino. Quiero que tu cuerpo a mí me diga que sí. Llévame contigo a donde quieras, te sigo. Yo te sigo. Tú y yo prendemos fuego. Tú y yo prendemos fuego. Cuando yo respiro, tú eres mi oxígeno, oxígeno. Tú y yo prendemos fuego. Tú y yo prendemos fuego. Cuando yo respiro, tú eres mi oxígeno, oxígeno. Tú eres mi oxígeno, oxígeno. Tú eres mi oxígeno, oxígeno. Cuando empezamos ya no hay vuelta atrás. Nos vamos pegando, tú y yo, que ni con agua esto no se apaga. Solo quedan gotas de sudor. Quiero que tu boca vaya abriendo camino. Quiero que tu cuerpo a mí me diga que sí. Llévame contigo a donde quieras, te sigo. Yo te sigo. Tú y yo prendemos fuego. Tú y yo prendemos fuego. Cuando yo respiro, tú eres mi oxígeno, oxígeno. Tú y yo prendemos fuego. Tú y yo prendemos fuego. Cuando yo respiro, tú eres mi oxígeno, oxígeno. Tú eres mi oxígeno, oxígeno. Y yo sé que cuando lleguen los bomberos nos apuntarán con sus lágrimas de cristal. Tú y yo prendemos fuego. Tú y yo prendemos fuego. Cuando yo respiro, tú eres mi oxígeno, oxígeno.
overtime, tired of my 9 to 5. Tonight I'll lose myself in the lights. A quarter to midnight, got nothing on my mind. Dressed up so dynamite, dynamite. Ooh, I'll take you to my paradise. Ooh, I'll take you to my paradise. I'm gonna kiss somebody, drink that honey, gonna move my body tonight. I'm gonna lose composure, night's not over till it's raining glitter, alright. Sliding through the silhouettes, doing things that we'll forget, screaming out I will survive. I'm gonna kiss somebody, drink that honey, move my body tonight. I'm technically dreaming, I dance in the spotlight. I know you wanna get closer underneath the neon lights. Don't stop till I say it's over, just want a touch of emotion. Let me get lost in the moment. Ooh, I'll take you to my paradise. Ooh, I'll take you to my paradise. I'm gonna kiss somebody, drink that honey, gonna move my body tonight. I'm gonna lose composure, night's not over till it's raining glitter, alright. Sliding through the silhouettes, doing things that we'll forget, screaming out I will survive. I'm gonna kiss somebody, drink that honey, move my body tonight. Ooh, I'll take you to my paradise. Ooh, I'll take you to my paradise. I'm gonna kiss somebody, drink that honey, gonna move my body tonight. I'm gonna lose composure, night's not over till it's raining glitter, alright. Sliding through the silhouettes, doing things that we'll forget, screaming out I will survive. I'm gonna kiss somebody, drink that honey, move my body tonight. Move my body tonight. Move my body tonight.
Yeah, cause girls is players too. Yeah, yeah, cause girls is players too. Keep it playing, baby. Cause girls is players too. Bitches getting money all around the world, cause girls is players too. What you know about living on the top? Penthouse suites, looking down on the ops. Took her for a test drive, left them on the lot. Time is money, so I spend it on a watch. Hold on, little titty showing through the white tee. You can see the thong busting on my tight jeans. Okay, rocks on my fingers like a nigga wife me. Got another shorty, she ain't nothing like me. Yeah, about to catch another fight. Yeah, the apple bottom make 'em wanna bite. Yeah, I just wanna have a good night. I just wanna have a good night. Hold up, if you don't know, now you know. If you broke, then you gotta let him go. You could have anybody, any money, mo. Cause when you a boss, you could do what you want. Yeah, cause girls is players too. Yeah, yeah, cause girls is players too. Keep it playing, baby. Cause girls is players too. Bitches getting money all around the world, cause girls is players too. I go on and on again. He blowing on my phone, but I'm ignoring him. He thinking he the one, I got like 4 of him. Yeah, I'm sitting first class like valedictorian. Came a long way from rag to riches. 5-star bitch, yeah, I taste so delicious. Let him lick the plate, yeah, I make him do the dishes. Now he on news 12, cause a bitch we're missing. Sheesh, about to catch another fight. Yeah, the apple bottom make him wanna bite. Yeah, I just wanna have a good night. I just wanna have a good night. Hold you a boss, you could do what you want. Yeah, cause girls is players too. And it's time that we let them know that girls is players too. Keep it playing, baby. Cause girls is players too. Bitches getting money all around the world, cause girls is players too.
About to date my lady Selfridges. New drip on the way, Rap nigga still selling bricks. Half a cake on the way, Take a flight, you wanna take a lift. On the Molly man, he's on the way, I might take it a shot, I might take it a risk. It don't matter, baby, I'm straight,
Feel like I'm in Prince's house, purple paint all on the walls, Sitting down on this fancy couch and I can't see straight, I'ma stay, 22, I'm in Paris, baby, got strippers' tits in my face, Roll up in a Bentley, I'm Christian, I'm Fendi, I'm a Prada, I already make that paper, I don't need to chase no clout, I ain't easy paper, don't let hate run in your mouth, I already make that paper, I don't need to chase no clout, I ain't easy paper, don't let hate run in your mouth, It was like peace from East End, I'm a bad bitch from South, baby, I come on,
About to date my lady Selfridges. New drip on the way, Rap nigga still selling bricks. Half a cake on the way, Take a flight, you wanna take a lift. On the Molly man, he's on the way, I might take it a shot, I might take it a risk. It don't matter, baby, I'm straight,
Feel like I'm in Prince's house, purple paint all on the walls, Sitting down on this fancy couch and I can't see straight, I'ma stay, 22, I'm in Paris, baby, got strippers' tits in my face, Roll up in a Bentley, I'm Christian, I'm Fendi, I'm a Prada, I already make that paper, I don't need to chase no clout, I ain't easy paper, don't let hate run in your mouth, I already make that paper, I don't need to chase no clout, I ain't easy paper, don't let hate run in your mouth, It was like peace from East End, I'm a bad bitch from South, baby, I come on, I'm a Prada, I'm a Prada,
hearing songs on the radio from LA to Tokyo, telling me I can't let you go. You know I've been hearing songs on the radio, getting me so emotional, telling me I can't let you go. Heard it on the radio, on the radio, on the radio, radio, radio. Heard it on the radio, on the radio, on the radio, radio, radio. What I said to you the other night was wrong. Didn't mean to take it out on you. 'Cause when I flip the station now I hear our song. It's got me thinking, what did I do? We said forever, so why would I leave? The music sounds better when you're with me. 'Cause you're singing all the things I've been too scared to say. I think I know what it really means. 'Cause I've been hearing songs on the radio from LA to Tokyo, telling me I can't let you go. You know I've been hearing songs on the radio, getting me so emotional, telling me I can't let you go. Heard it on the radio, on the radio, on the radio, radio, radio. Heard it on the radio, on the radio, Cause I've been hearing songs on the radio from LA to Tokyo, telling me I can't let you go. You know I've been hearing songs on the radio, getting me so emotional, telling me I can't let you go. Heard it on the radio,
Give me real power. Give me real power. Give me real. Somewhere in the night a fire's burning. Energy is high, it's getting real. Head is in the clouds, I'm moving mountains. Do you feel what I feel? Do you feel what I feel? Swaying face to face, our hands are clapping. Shadows in the corner standing still. In a moment, anything could happen. Do you feel what I feel? Do you feel what I feel? I want real power. Give me something real. Real power. Do you feel what I feel? I want real power. Give me something real. Real power. Do you feel what I feel? Music in my head, my ears are ringing. Always been like this and always will. Rhythm in my blood, my heart is pounding. Do you feel what I feel? Do you feel what I feel? People in the streets are getting rowdy. Come here to make peace, but just to kill. Feeling overcrowded, but I like it. Do you feel what I feel? Do you feel what I feel? I want real power. Give me some
want your poison. Tell me why I can't avoid it. Everybody makes their choices. Everybody's led by voices. I don't wanna fight, it's pointless. Blacking out all the noises. I could replace you, but I will chase you through all the disappointments. Tell me why I want your poison. Tell me why I can't avoid it. Everybody makes their choices. Everybody's led by voices. I don't wanna fight, it's pointless. Blacking out all the noises. I could replace you, but I will chase you through all the disappointments. When the lights go off, everything you hide comes out because I can feel the secrets in your touch, but I'm okay with pieces of your love. When the lights go off, everything you hide comes out because I can feel the secrets in your touch, but I'm okay with pieces of your love. Baby, you're my favorite diamond. Baby, you're my favorite finding. Looking like a sacred island, and all I wanna do is dive in. You can blame it on bad timing. If you do, you know you're lying. Hiding the truth, that's what you do. You are the reason we're dying. Baby, you're my favorite diamond. Baby, you're my favorite finding. Looking like a sacred island, and all I wanna do is dive in. You can blame it on bad timing. If you do, you know you're lying. Hiding the truth, that's what you do. You are the reason we're dying. When the lights go off, everything you hide comes out because I can feel the secrets in your touch, but I'm okay with pieces of your love. When the lights go off, everything you hide comes out because I can feel the secrets in your touch, but I'm okay with pieces of your love. Tell me why I want your poison. Tell me why I can't avoid it. Everybody makes their choices. Everybody's led by voices. I don't wanna fight, it's pointless. Blacking out all the noises. I could replace you, but I will chase you through all the disappointments.
I've been thinking, I've been drinking, anything the matter needs to toss the feeling. I ain't joking, I think I'm broken. Something triggers me at any given moment. Wasn't my plan, but it's the truth. And it ain't a phase that I'm going through. All that I am, all that I do, always seems to be revolving round you. 'Cause I could be alone or in the club or someone else's bed. All I gotta do is think of us, and I get these side effects. Feeling like the more I'm moving on, the more I can't forget. Every time I get these side effects. Every time I get these side effects. People talking, and I've been dodging. Every question about you is so exhausting. I still got your number. Sometimes I wonder where you are tonight, whose body you are under. Wasn't my plan, but it's the truth. No, it ain't a phase that I'm going through. It's all that I am, it's all that I do. Always seems to be revolving round you. 'Cause I could be alone or in the club or someone else's bed. All I gotta do is think of us, and I get these side effects. Feeling like the more I'm moving on, the more I can't forget. Every time I get these side effects.
don't call me up because I'm all good, got my feelings turned off. Yes, I thought about the kids, the ring in the house. Gotta stop or you turn my life around. And I go, ooh, how I hate the way you smile. Makes me want to call you mine. Can I move in with you tonight? And I go, ooh, how I hate the way you smile. 'Cause it melts the ice around my simple life. Don't even know how. Myself, that's what my life's about. Your green eyes make me weak, I'm having doubts. And I go, ooh, how I hate the way you smile. Makes me want to call you mine. Can I move in with you tonight? And I go, ooh, how I hate the way you smile. 'Cause it melts the ice around my simple life. And I go, ooh, how I hate the way you smile. Makes me want to call you mine. Can I move in with you tonight? And I go, ooh, how I hate the way you smile. 'Cause it melts the ice around my simple life. Don't make me fall in love. And don't call me up because I'm all good, got my feelings turned out. And I go, ooh, how I hate the way you smile. Makes me want to call you mine. Can I move in with you tonight? And I go, ooh, how I hate the way you smile. 'Cause it melts the ice around my simple life. And I go, ooh, how I hate the way you smile. Makes me want to call you mine. Can I move in with you tonight? And I go, ooh, how I hate the way you smile. 'Cause it melts the ice around my simple life. Makes me wanna call you mine. 'Cause it melts the ice around my simple life.
When you say you want me, I just lose control. I'm out of my body, feels like vertigo. High up on the ceiling, ready to explode. My hands they lose all feeling when I hold you close. Keep me in the dark, make you love me harder. Smash my heart like a pet pinata. The sweetest scar tearing me apart. Yeah, you smash my heart, yeah, you smash my heart. Keep me in the dark when you love me harder. Smash my someone's not gonna hurt you. We fell in love drunk as hell. From saying how have you been to getting stuck in your bed. Everything happened so fast. I wasn't ready for this. 0 to 100 and crashed. I never said I was the type to try to, cause I know that you've been lied to. Now I just lied to myself. One night and I'll be right back. One night in a king size bed. Take back all the words I said. I shouldn't be here. I know you're better with someone else. Someone else who can hold you, loves you more than you love yourself. The someone's not gonna hurt you. I know you're hoping to find someone who can give you all the love that you need. I know you're better with someone else, cause the someone is me. Yeah. It's hard to swallow the truth. I think I'm holding you back. I just can't do that to you. Feels like we ran out of gas. Oh, what a ride it has been. You can't keep loving for two. I know it's not too late to turn around. Let it go before the sun is down. Tell me, how do you feel? One night and I'll be right back. One night in a king size bed. Take back all the words I said. I shouldn't be here. I know you're better with someone else. Someone else who can hold you, loves you more than you love yourself. The someone's not gonna hurt you. I know you're hoping to find someone who can give you all the love that you need. I know you're better with someone else, cause the someone is me. I know you're better with someone else. Someone else who can hold you, loves you more than you love yourself. The someone's not gonna hurt you. I know you're hoping to find someone who can give you all the love that you need. I know you're better with someone else, cause the someone is me. I know you're better with someone else, cause the someone is me. You're my spicy margarita, babe. Burn my tongue, make me shake. Mix it up or give it to me straight. Turn me on, make me say.
Cabo, met that girl in Cabo, wearing Ferragamo. We was going shot for shot like Desperado. Snuck into the bathroom, she might be a problem. I should probably stay away. Girl, you crazy, couldn't even wait for the room. Shaking, trying to keep up with you.
Hey, you're my spicy margarita, babe. Burn my tongue, make me shake. Mix it up or give it to me straight. Turn me on, make me say.
Sha, I just can't stop. You the only one I want.
You're my spicy margarita, baby. Burn my tongue, make me say.
Morning, text me in the morning, put on a performance. I be going shot for shot, she think I'm Jordan, but she screamed a roller. My ego enormous, feeling of your body, babe. Girl, you crazy, couldn't even wait for the room. Shaking, trying to keep up with you.
You're my spicy margarita, babe. Burn my tongue, make me shake. Mix it up or give it to me straight. Turn me on, make me say.
Sha, I just can't stop. You the only one I want.
You're my spicy margarita, baby. Burn my tongue, make me say. Blood moon blinding our eyes, like thieves we're stealing stars. Young love got us on fire. By a kiss I die. Just two kids lost in space, looking for a place we can stay. A galaxy far, 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 far away. We are starlight, we're waiting for the twilight. We're dancing in the moonlight and burning in the sunlight. Cause you and me are starlight. We're waiting for the twilight. We're dancing in the moonlight and burning in the sunlight. Cause you and me are starlight. Twilight. Moonlight. Sunlight. Cause you and me are starlight. We're waiting for the twilight. We're dancing in the moonlight and burning in the sunlight. Cause you and me are starlight. Let fingers intertwine. Not enough of wasting time. Wild hearts out of control. We just wanna let go. Just two kids lost in space, looking for a place we can stay. A galaxy far, 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 far away. We are starlight, we're waiting for the twilight. We're dancing in the moonlight and burning in the sunlight. Cause you and me are starlight. We're waiting for the twilight. We're dancing in the moonlight and burning in the sunlight. Cause you and me are starlight. Twilight. Moonlight. Sunlight. Cause you and me are starlight. We're waiting for the twilight. We're dancing in the moonlight and burning in the sunlight. Cause you and me are starlight.
Knock, knock, been trying to be hiding away, but they know when now they're right in front of my face. Lord knows I let them inside, she can help me now. Yeah, I didn't know they would drive me insane, controlling every single thought in my brain. No more, I won't go on and hide, gotta take them out. My head has been out of control for too damn long, for too damn long. Been begging, oh leave me alone, but you won't go, so you should know. You could try to break my bones, yeah, you could bring your sticks and stones, but till my heart stops beating, I'm not gonna see. So you could try to break my bones, yeah, you could try it all you want, but till my heart stops beating, I got this feeling. Come on, take your shot, give it all you got. I won't let you hold me down no more. I've got to believe in myself, but only no one else. So don't you try to seek any help on my own. I'll fight any demon inside, better watch me now. My head has been out of control for too damn long, for too damn long. Been begging, oh leave me alone, but you won't know, so you should know. You could try to break my bones, yeah, you could bring your sticks and stones, but till my heart stops beating, I'm not gonna see. So you could try to break my bones, yeah, you could try it all you want, but till my heart stops beating, I got this feeling. Come on, take your shot, give it all you got. I won't let you hold me down no more. My head has been out of control for too damn long, for too damn long. Been begging, oh leave me alone, but you won't go, so you should know that you could try to break my bones, yeah, you can bring your sticks and stones, but till my heart stops beating, I'm not gonna see. So
You could try to break my bones. You could try it all you want. But tell my heart, stop speeding. I got this feeling. Come on, take your shot. Give it all you got. I won't let you hold me down no more. Won't let you hold me down. Come on, take your shot. Rip it all apart. It's my time. Won't hold me down, no. I won't let you hold me down.
Every time I get these blurry eyes, I feel I'm getting close to paradise. I can touch the colors in the skies. As the light is pouring in, I don't need another thing. I know underneath these sheets is where I breathe. As I lay here beside you, I still fall for
Welcome back to Boekelo for the final 2 sessions of Dressage here at the FEI Eventing Nations Cup Series finale in the Netherlands, and this is the order of go for those final 2 sessions. Sophia Sjöborg, number 3 rider for Sweden, will get us underway. We've got Janelle Price, number 3 rider for New Zealand, to look forward to with full Monty de la Sens. Julia Krajewski, Nickel 21, led the dressage here 12 months ago. Can they deliver anything close to that 23.6 that they recorded here last year? If so, they're ones to keep an eye on for the top of the leaderboard. We finish off with the likes of Marlin Hansen-Huttop, Carlitos Quidditch-K for Germany. Blenheim winners, 4th place at Kentucky for them this year as well. So, good stiff breeze, and we've had blue sky in Boekelo. Fingers crossed so far the rain has stayed away, because conditions out on the course have been pretty wet. More on that as we look forward to tomorrow later. But here is the leaderboard as things stand at the moment. Emma Brusso, Dark Desire GS, leads the way, 26.6, ahead of Sarah Bullimore Corimiro, 27.0. Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, Colorado Darville in 27.3 in 3rd. Kitty King, Crystal Fontaine, best of the British team riders in 4th. Astier Nicolas leading the French Challenge for the Nations Cup team competition in 5th. But Cosby Green rounding out the top 12, beg your pardon, as things stand at the moment. Lots still to look forward to this afternoon. 26.6 is the score to beat. Can anybody overhaul that this afternoon? Laura Collett de Capo would be one of the favourites to do so. De Capo's been here twice before, has been at 3rd and 6th. Now, though, we turn our attentions to Sweden. And it is Sophia Sjöborg. Sophia, who actually represented Sweden at the Olympic Games in Paris this summer, comes forward with Govalant. Govalant, a 9-year-old, Irish bred, produced up the levels by Sophia, was top 10 at Sopot in the 4-star short a little bit earlier on this year. Has been clear cross country at both Hartbury and Blenheim, 8 and 9-year-old class, by Valent, owned by Sophia, Matthias and Juliette Sjöborg. Sophia has been a big part of the Swedish championship campaign in the last couple of years. Went to her first Olympics, as I say, this summer, but also went to the World Championships in Pretonia in 2022 and the last 2 senior European Championships as well. Bride Jamolja van het Marienhof Z, her championship ride. This a horse that potentially she could see compete at future championships though. So watch this space. Govalant and Sophia Sjöborg. Lovely entry. Fred Bergendorf, the Swedish team chef de keep, supporting the riders out there this week. And actually, if you'd like a real insight into the cross-country course, Sophia did a great sort of mini course walk on her Instagram stories. So do go and have a look. Perhaps give her a follow while you're there as well, if you don't already. Lovely square halt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps in the rein back. That was very nice. Very sympathetically and quietly ridden out of that halt as well, actually. 9 from Angela Tucker at M for that halt. Positioning into the half pass to the right. for the medium walk as well. Some really nice marks. Nice pick up into the canter transition. Let's see the first of these changes. Nice change. Really nice change. Still trending sub 30. Transitions in and out of the extended canter. Let's see the second of those changes. The crowd's really gathering here in Boekelo. It's the second change as well. Be interesting to see how much more of an atmosphere there is this afternoon in comparison to this morning. Still trending sub 30. This has been a really, I was going to say this has been a really, really lovely test. Just that slight miscommunication. Govelant thinking that actually picking back up the canter, and that is such a shame because up until that point it had been entirely mistake-free. But what an exciting young horse for the future. The Holts have been a real highlight of this horse. And I have to say, I feel Sophia gave that horse a really, really lovely ride because she knew how much she could ask for. And you could see at times she was just being very, very quiet in her aids, not pushing for too much, given that he is only a 9-year-old. And actually, the horse responded beautifully to her. It is going to be still a very respectable smart mark. It will be a counting score for Sweden. Might just sneak under the 30 territory. At the moment at 30.3, just waiting for those last couple of marks to come in. Should be just outside the top 12 if so. And there we go, 30.1 for Sophia Sjoborg and Govelant, which sees them go just outside the top 10. And actually that equals the same score that they scored at Blenheim in the 8 and 9-year-old class a few weeks ago. So 30.1 for Sophia Sjoborg, and she goes into equal 15th with Pia Loiber and Jard on the leaderboard. So Emma Brosseau still the one to beat, as we now will turn our attentions to the Netherlands. First though, let's have a look at what that does to the Swedish team score. They're on 103.6. They still have Frida Anderson, Stonehaven's Baby Blue, left to come forwards, and anything below 40.1 will see an improvement on their team score. So Great Britain, 87.3 from Team Riders. France, 89.7 from 3 riders. And Ireland, 97.2. Well, Sophia Sjoborg there, just confirmation, 30.1. And just getting a message sent in that actually Govelant, a full brother to Cooley Rosalind, the Defender Kentucky 5-star winner from this year, and Julant, formerly competed by Claire Abbott, now out in the US. So certainly bred for the job, and that might explain perhaps why he caught my eye quite so much, but great knowledge. Love it when you guys send in some real little snippets of gold to share with everybody. Lots to enjoy watching them over the coming days. Now we will turn our attentions to Janneke Boonskaya. Janneke comes forward as the 3rd rider for the Netherlands. Janneke actually had a brilliant finish at the Olympic Games. Made history as part of the Dutch team for a top 10 finish individually, finished on her dressage score of 31.9, finished in 9th. That was with ACSI Champ de Tilleur. Comes forward here with I'm Special NOP. And I'm Special actually was top 20 in Arveel at the Nations Cup. Clear cross country at Bramham. And completed with an excellent double jumping clear here 12 months ago. So plenty of 4-star long experience under their belts. The Dutch team thus far, Sanne de Jong, Enjoy, 32.9, and Renske Cruiser, Corella van der Watermolen on 38.7. So anything 38.7, so 38.6 or below, we'll see Janneke as a counting score for sure after the first phase. Slight loss of balance, almost break into a canter there at the aid into the half pass to the right. Nice and relaxed now in the extended walk. And gets the change. Nice to see so many people now enjoying the dressage here in Boekelo. Gets the second change as well, actually. The atmosphere will be building by tomorrow. This place will be alive for certain. We will, of course, have all of the coverage for you, FEI.tv. A full jam-packed day of cross-country action in store. And into the final halt. So we'll be around the mid-30 mark, and this will be a counting score for the Dutch team. Janneke was actually part of the Dutch team, I'm sure, who made history when they took their first ever Nations Cup victory in Strugom last summer. Been a massive part of the team over the years, and she's got a really good team of horses coming up to back up her Olympic ride, ACSI Champ de Tilleur. So, Janneke Boonskaya for the Netherlands, just completing her test. Who have we got coming up? Well, the next two, certainly you won't want to be going anywhere, because Janelle Price for New Zealand, and then Yulia Krajewski, nickel 21 for Germany. A little bit further on in this session, you've still got the likes of Robin Godell, Susie Berry as well, number 4 rider for Ireland. as we've got around 14 or so combinations left to go. It has been a bumper day of action. There we go, 35.2 for Janneke Boonsgaard. I'm Special NOP. That sees them go inside the top 50. And in terms of the team scores, that means that the Netherlands go on to 106.8. And of course, still have Sarah van Leuven next to come forwards with It Takes Two. So Julia Krajewski in a couple of horses' time is going to be instrumental in terms of the German team score, because Germany still very, very well placed. They've got two riders locked in, 26.6 and 32.5. Great Britain still have Laura Collett and De Capo, but we'll give you a full update on the team scores as we get to the end of the third rotation of riders. Now we turn our attentions to Janelle Price. Janelle, who's ranked inside the FEI World Top 20, formerly been as high as number 2 in the world. Multiple 5-star wins to her name. Comes forward with Full Monty de la Sauce. This is the horse that actually went brilliantly at Blenheim in the 8 and 9-year-old class a few weeks ago as part of their preparation for this. Jumped a lovely double clear there to finish in 6th place. Have also been 6th at Mill Street and the 3-star long format a little bit earlier on in the year. And just outside the top 10 at Linear in the 3-star long there at the end of last season. This 9-year-old by Quickly de Kruiziger, bred in France, now owned by Joe Piddock, Kate Holmes and Jackie Oliver. Just obviously something right at the far end of the arena, just unsettled the horse slightly. And now Janelle's got to use all of her skill and expertise. She's a fierce competitor, was part of the New Zealand team that won a team bronze at the London Olympic Games. That was with the great Flint Star. Very difficult when you come into the arena and their minds are wandering elsewhere. Janelle so far has done a great job just getting Full Monty de la Sauce's attention back to the task in hand. Still the underlying tension, which just makes it tricky. Tiny bits of tension just creeping in. Janelle actually hasn't been to Boekelo nearly as frequently as one might imagine. Husband Tim is a regular visitor here, has won it twice in recent years, but actually only had 4 runs in the last 15 years or so here at Boekelo. Best placing was just outside the top 20 in 2015 with the wonderful Cloud Dancer. can see this horse obviously has so much talent. Janelle doing a very good job in keeping it together. You've got to be able to be very, very cool under pressure, because you come in between those white boards and you can't do a do-over. You've got to just crack on, do the best that you can possibly do. So Janelle Price, full Monty de la Sens. He did settle as the test progressed, and actually she will come away with a sub 40 score, an easily sub 40 score as well, which just goes to show actually how good the marks could be if some of that tension dissipates. But he's had a good experience in the main arena here, and still only a 9-year-old, as we say. Janelle, who has been a huge part of Team New Zealand's championship campaigns in recent years. Alongside husband Tim, real role models for lots of other young Kiwi riders who perhaps might make the trip over to England to base themselves and campaign on this side of the world. Based at Cheddington Equestrian down in Dorset. So Janelle Price, full Monty de la Sens have completed their first phase. Now, before we turn our attentions to this combination, let's just bring you a score for Janelle. And 38.3, so goes into 71st place on the leaderboard. It will mean New Zealand have a 3-rider score of 115.3, and Janelle's will be a counting score as well. Now we focus on the Olympic champion from Tokyo 2020. It is Yulia Krajewski and Nickel 21. Yulia, a former winner here, took the top spot with Samurai Duto back in 2018, I think it was. And Nickel 21, the horse that she rode to victory at Chihuahua a little bit earlier on this year. That was the result that secured her a call-up originally as the 4th team member for Team Germany going to the Olympic Games in Paris. However, then Sandra Orforth, unfortunately, not able to compete, and so they got the call up into the squad of 3. Nickel, only a 10-year-old, absolutely held his own. Finished on a very, very good score of 32.1 and finished just outside the top 10 individually in 11th place. Since then has been back out competing, won the 4-star in Stragom on their last international run as part of their preparation for this. This time 12 months ago they led the dressage 23.6, had a full cross country, but capable of putting in some very, very good scores. Already a 9 on the board. He looks an absolute picture, doesn't he? Beautiful shine in his coat. Great condition. Record finishing score here is actually 22.6 at Boekelo, and that was set by Yulia and Samurai Duto when they went on to win in 2018. That day they beat a certain London 52 and Laura Collett into second place. The leader, remember, 26.6. That is Emma Brosso, Dark Desire GS. At the moment, Julia trending sub 25. Good change. He's a lovely horse that Julia thinks the absolute world of. He's made it up the Olympic level this year with relatively low mileage. So really exciting for us all that actually she elected to bring him back here to Boekelo, give him another 4-star long before the end of the season. Another good change. Still trending to go into the lead at around the 25.5 marker. 26.6, remember, is the current clubhouse leader. Got a 9 for that second flying change. Well, that'll do it. That'll be our new leaders. Julia Krajewski, Nickel 21, will go to the top of the leaderboard. The big question is, how much will they lead by, and can they stay there? Nickel looks very pleased with himself, and 8s across the board for harmony of athlete and horse, which will give them a provisional score of 24.3, which would see them go into the lead ahead of Emma Brosso, Dark Desire GS. So Germany holding the top 2 spots on the leaderboard at the moment. 24.3 is the score to beat, and Nickel is out in front. Germany, that'll move them into the driving seat in the Nations Cup competition, one would imagine as well. We'll update you with details of that in a moment. But Emma Brosso down into second, Sarah Bullimore in to third. Julia Krajewski, though, the one to beat here. She's a former winner. And actually, from memory, I think Tim Price and Julia Mestern are the only 2-time winners of Boekelo in recent history. Germany now go ahead of Great Britain, 83.4. Of course, they still have Marlin Hansen-Hottop, and Great Britain have Laura Collett de Capo left to go, so it could all change. But Germany, Great Britain, France, the top 3 on the Nations Cup leaderboard at the moment. France, in terms of the overall series standings, can't be beaten. They are out in front with 370 points. Great Britain and Germany both tied in second on 240. So it's a fair old straight shootout between Great Britain and Germany as to who might finish as runners-up in the overall series. So, Julia Krajewski, the new leader with Nickel 21. We've still got 4 combinations left to come forward in this session of dressage. 1 for Italy, 1 for Switzerland, Belgium and Ireland. And first of them will be the Italian team combination of Pietro Maialino. Pietro, 27 years of age, comes forward with Firendal de Mira, 9-year-old mare. Celle Francais bred by Michael Pantes, actually by the wonderful sire Upsilon of Thomas Carlyle's championship campaigner. And a very jolly good afternoon to our ground jury too. Laurie Eslin, President of the ground jury at C, at M, Angela Tucker for Great Britain, and at E, Stuart Bishel for New Zealand. As there goes the bell. Firendal Demira was second in Palmanova in the 4-star there as part of their preparation for this. Also top 10 in Linear in the 4-star long format there last year. So even though only a 9-year-old does have a 4-star long under her belt. So Pietro comes forward as part of the Italian team, joining Giovanni Ugolotti, Cloud K, Paolo Torloni and Zinni, and then Daniela Bizzarro, Stormhill Riot, who will be last to go. You can really see the Upsilon stamp on his offspring. Just came though, they're a little bit above the contact, a little bit unsettled. With bringing the nose up and out a little bit more rather than dropping too much. Want the frame to very much remain consistent. Tiny bit of tension just creeping in at the end there. And unfortunately that then translating into the counter transition, and then this is going to make the change really difficult actually, and not able to actually give a change, which was really unfortunate. But now he's just got to really keep the horse settled. Sometimes you kind of have to write off a movement and just do your best. He rode that very diplomatically. It's the time when in training you'd really love to just turn a circle and take a breath. Unfortunately, this change not really coming off for them either, so they're going to prove very expensive and translating into the half pass as well. So difficult when the tension creeps in. It can unravel pretty quickly. And he'll be very pleased to get his final Halton salute done and dusted. Pietro Maialino and Firendal Demira not having the easiest times within the whiteboards. Firendal Demira very much Looking forward to tomorrow and what might be in store in terms of the cross country, I'm sure, but not their day in the dressage. So we'll bring you a score for them when it does come through, but not going to challenge the very top of the leaderboard. So that is Firandil de Mira, Pietro Maialino, and that will be them in 85th position. Only a sub 50 score, but unfortunately not going quite to plan, shall we say, for today. Lots still to do over the rest of the weekend, though. Tomorrow, of course, we'll be live, FEI.tv, with all of the cross-country action for you. There we go, 49.8 into 85th place on the leaderboard at the moment. So next to come forwards, it will be the turn of Robin Godell for Switzerland. Switzerland just with the 3 team members competing here this weekend. And as so far, they've got Felix Fogg Calero 31.0, Philip Ryan Amansara 34.0. But they will count the score of Robin Godell and Global DHI. DHI, the prefix of DHI event horses, of course, but also global of global sport horses. So the best of both worlds, it should be said here. This is a horse by Dakar, owned by Catherine Brunesols. Was formerly campaigned by Brian Morrison for Ireland for global sport horses. And actually an 11-year-old now, was second at Montelibretti in the 4-star long format there at the beginning of the year with Robin. Won Stragom 4-star long a couple of years ago as well. So one of a number of horses in the field that have got a win at the 4-star long level under their belt already. Top 10 in Solo as part of their preparation for this. And actually retired cross-country in Linear on their last prep run, but it very much was a planned cross-country retirement by the looks of things. They'd been jumping well, were still clear, and just elected to hold the hands up and call it a day. Scored 39.2 in Linear in the first phase. What can they do here? Robin Godell, who of course has enjoyed good success with Team Switzerland over the last few years, been a big part of their campaign. Grandeur de Lally, his most well-known championship ride. Won the Nations Cup actually in Avanche a little bit earlier on this year. Robin has been to 2 World Championships and Olympics, plus 3 senior European Championships as well. The leader, remember, at the moment, 24.4, Yulia Kraevsky, Nickel 21, ahead of Emma Brasseau, Dark Desire GS 26.6, Sarah Bullimore, individual for Great Britain, Corin Miro 27.0. That's the change. I think I'm right in saying that actually it was Robin who was part of the team for Switzerland here at Boekelo in 2019 when Switzerland secured that Nations Cup place that was on offer for a team ticket to the Olympic Games in Tokyo. He was a big part of that result. Switzerland ended up finishing in 7th place, but he was part of that team that secured qualification. So Robin Godell, Global DHI, finishing their first phase. They will be a counting score for Switzerland anyway, but it will be a good counting score as well, as Switzerland will be putting themselves well in touch with the competition here. They're just fielding the 3 team members this weekend, so all 3 of those will count. But they've got 3 pretty experienced riders in Felix Volp, Robin Godell, and in Philip Ryan as well. So, Global DHI and Robin waiting for those final marks to come in, but actually 32.6 sees them go into 31st place on the leaderboard. But actually, that's among this horse's best test internationally for some time. Certainly at the 4-star level. It's a PB at 4-star competition for the horse, so can't ask for much more than that. So Switzerland, what does that do in terms of their team standing? Well, it moves them up to 5th, 97.8. They sit just behind Ireland. Ireland, of course, still have Susie Berry and Clever Trick to come forwards. They'll be next but one into the arena. Germany, Great Britain, France, Ireland, Switzerland, Belgium, the USA, Sweden, Netherlands, New Zealand, Italy. The order of things at the moment, but the final team rider can, of course, make all the difference. So we turn our attentions to the final team rider now, Jasper Peters for Belgium. And at the moment, the drop score for Belgium is 40.0, so 39.9 or better will improve the Belgian team score of 99.4. And there's a bit of a cluster, actually. Ireland and Switzerland and Belgium all very close to one another. So could certainly pull them a good few places up the leaderboard. Joining him on the Belgian team, Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, Karin Donckers and Cyril Gavrilovic. So now we turn attentions to Jasper Peters. Jackass PK, the horse that he comes forward on. This horse actually was clear cross country, jumped a lovely double clear, in fact, in Arville in the Nations Cup there. Did the 4-star long at Kronenberg at the beginning of last season, finished top 10. And was actually 4th at Stragon back in 2021. So plenty of 4-star experience, including here at Boekelo, in fact. They completed here back in 2019. This is the horse that Jasper competed at the Young Rider and Junior European Championships, 2 juniors and 2 Young Rider Championships to his name. So quite an incredible partnership. 15 years of age now, Jackass PK. Belgian warm blood by Cecchindino, owned by Danny Peters. Anything sub 40, remember, improves the Belgian team score. Good halt and rein back. Trending very close to the 30 mark at the moment, which would be a really strong score for Team Belgium. Clear rounds in the dressage, so a mistake-free test have been few and far between, but ultimately if you get a 7 from every judge for every movement, that does equate to a score of 30, which would certainly be pretty competitive in this leaderboard. Jasper doing a very good job in trying to maintain any tension, but actually just swung the quarters in the horse and meant that it wasn't totally obedient to the canter strike off. Does get the change though. And 5-4-5 for that canter strike off just proves costly again. We talk about the clear round in the dressage, immediately sort of costs you 2 penalty marks. Still looking like it will be a good counting score for the Belgian team though. Take some 5 penalties or so off their current team score. Jasper Peters and Jackass PK. Second appearance here at Boekelo. Comes to an end in the first phase. And it will, as I say, improve the team score. Belgium at the moment, we're on 99.4. But they are pretty close to the top sort of 4 on the leaderboard. So it could make all of the difference. Lara de Liedekerke-Meier and Karin Donckers, the other 2 counting scores for sure. As we head into the 4th team riders for each of the nations. So Switzerland actually have their score locked in because they only have 3 team riders at 97.6. There is their score. Belgium will be locked in just a moment. There we go, 33.7 into 41st place on the leaderboard, but that is going to do wonders for the Belgian team score. Moves them up to 4th, 93.1. So it is Germany, Great Britain, France, Belgium at the moment move into 4th. Ireland could still overtake them, but it would be a big score from Susie Berry that would enable that to happen. And of course, Germany, Great Britain and France all have their 4th team rider, so could pull a little bit further ahead. But Belgium in 4th at the moment. Now we turn our attentions to Ireland's Susie Berry, the last to go before the final break of the day. Susie rides a Clever Trick. 12 years of age, Clever Trick, this mare. Was 5th at Cornbury as part of their preparation in the 3-star here. Was actually Susie's ride at the European Championships in Haradapan last year. Finished 16th there. Then went over to Kentucky for the 5-star this spring. And finished inside the top 25. Jumped a lovely clear round in the show jumping on the final day, but just picked up 20 penalties in the cross country. And have previously been here to Boekelo and had good success as well. Finished 8th back in 2022. So it's been a happy hunting ground for them in the past. They scored 31.8 on that occasion. At the moment, the Irish team score is 97.2, and the drop score, if Susie can improve upon it, would be 33.4. So 33.3 or less will see her improve that 97.2. Susie, who had the heartbreak of her Olympic horse actually unfortunately passing away quite recently with an accident in the field, and just goes to show, you know, we all know the roller coaster of horses. Such a privilege to be able to enjoy them and to be able to bring them to venues such as this, to compete at competitions such as Boekelo. Makes us extremely fortunate. A little bit above the contact going into the canter transition. But still trending in the early 30s. Clean change. Hollowed slightly. But a lovely extended trot to finish. It's the FEI 4-star Test B that our competitors are doing here in Boekelo. 4 different tests at the 4-star level. We've quite often seen in the Nations Cup competitions this year a slightly streamlined test in Test D, but it is B that is here, which has the extended walk, doesn't include any walk pirouettes. And actually none of the movements, bar the harmony of athlete and horse, have a coefficient of 2. Everything else simply marked out of 10. It will be an improvement to the Irish team score. Susie Berry and Clever Trick will knock a mark and a half or so off the Irish score. Probably won't be enough to take them back up ahead of Belgium, but it will still creep them closer to the top of the leaderboard. So Susie Berry gets an 8.5 actually for her final halt and salute from Angela Tucker At M, this is the leaderboard as things stand. Yulia Kravsky, Nickel 21, 24.4. Emma Brasso and Dark Desire GS at 26.6. Sarah Bullimore Coromiro competing as individuals for Great Britain in third at the moment. And in the last 15 years, Germany have actually taken Boekelo the title on 6 occasions. Great Britain have done it twice. And actually, New Zealand have done it on 4 occasions as well. There we go, 32.1 into 28th place for Susie Berry. So what does that do to Ireland's team score? It puts them on 95.9. Just solidifies their position in 5th. It is Germany, Great Britain, France battling it out for the podium positions. Belgium confirmed on 93.1. Ireland confirmed 95.7. Switzerland 97.6. So we've got a short break now, but you won't want to go too far away, because back after the break we dive straight in to the 4th and final rider for Team USA. It is Philip Dutton. We've also got the likes of Laura Collett, Benjamin Massey for France, Tim Price and Marlin Hansen-Hottop, all still to come. So do stay tuned. We will be back in just under 15 minutes time. Next down the centre line, Philip Dutton at 15:11. So that's local time. We'll see you then.
freezing in the cold, waiting for the moment I learn to let go. I've been messed up 1,000 times with tears in my eyes. But all the pain, it fades away when you say it right. I try, and I try to tell myself it's alright. 'Cause I'm terrified. You only love me when the whiskey's pouring, soaring the morning. You only love, you only love. You only love me when the night is over. No one to hold you. You only love, you only love. You only love me when the
Welcome back to Boekelo for the final session of Dressage here in the Netherlands. And what a final session it is. We've got the likes of Philip Dutton, Laura Collett, Benjamin Massey, Marlin Hansen-Hottop, and two-time winner Tim Price, plus others. 8 to go. Can anyone overhaul Yulia Kraevsky at the top of the leaderboard? 24.4 is the target. And the first to go will be Philip Dutton for the United States of America. Philip comes forward with Passant. And this is a horse that is a really exciting, relatively new addition to Philip's string, who's been based over in the US for probably 20 plus years now. Formerly represented his home nation of Australia, but that being said, the US has very much become a home for him, and he's had a huge amount of success at championship level all the way through his career. Maybe 61 years of age, but he just keeps getting better and better. And when you have horses like this in your yard, the drive to the next Olympic Games, it's easy to see where it comes from for sure. So Passant, an 11-year-old, was originally produced by Emily King in the UK under the name Imposant. Was top 5 at Blenheim in the 8-9-year-old class a couple of years ago. Then went over to the US to Philip String and was just outside the top 10 on debut at the 4-star long level in Tryon this May. Was 4th at Stable View as part of their preparation for their run here with an excellent double jumping clear round. Trending at the moment 28.6. Daughter Olivia actually competing here this weekend as well. Sea of Clouds, her ride, did a lovely test to produce a score of 34.2 yesterday morning. Nice change. Came back to him nicely at the end of the extended canter, both the transition into and out of the extended canter marked separately. Perhaps could have been a little bit braver in how much he asked for, but then of course it's so easy to say that sat here. But 2 very nice changes. Had 7s across the board for the first. So it'll be a sub-30 score for the US anchorman as Passant and Philip Dutton, much to the delight of the watching crowds, bring their test to a close. And actually, That, I'm sure, will be one of Philip's best tests here at Boekelo. Philip, who has been a huge part of US eventing history. Took the individual bronze medal at the Rio Olympic Games with the wonderful Mighty Nice back in 2016. But actually, Passant is going to go into 7th, 28.7. And it's Philip's third visit to Boekelo in the last sort of 15 years or so. That's by far his best dressage test. So Philip Dutton and Passant go into 7th. What is that going to do to the US team? Well, it is going to improve their score significantly. They will now drop the score of Cassie Sanger and Redfield Fire on 36.4. We'll wait for confirmation of that to come through. 28.7 though. It should see them move up the leaderboard by a good number of places. If I'm honest, they would be removing about 8 penalties, so 102 minus 8 is 96. They're going to probably leapfrog Switzerland. They probably won't catch Ireland. They'll go into 6th. That is on some very quick mental maths. I'll confirm it for you once the computer has done its job. For now, though, we turn our attentions to a combination that many have tipped to take the win here this weekend. It is Laura Collett and De Capo. De Capo, owned by Diana Chappell, Gillian Morris-Adams, Alison Smedley, Michael Smedley and Carolyn Taylor. He is 15 years of age now by Diorado. And he's a horse that certainly knows his own mind, does De Capo. He definitely has his favoured venues, and Boekelo absolutely ranks as among those. He's been here 3 times previously. He's jumped clear cross country in all 3 of those. He was 3rd in 2022. He was 6th last year. And Laura now very much knows that he loves coming back to Boekelo. He loves going to Aachen too. And as she said, to have a horse that loves going to Boekelo and Aachen, you can't complain at that. That is a beautiful holt. I'll be very interested to see the mark that comes through for it. Remember the leader 24.4. That is Yulia Krajewski, nickel 21. Yulia actually beat Laura into 2nd place when Yulia won Boekelo back in 2018. 8, 8.5 and 8 for the Holt. Very much on a par with Yulia's score at the moment. Lovely flying change. Cal, as he's known at home, a firm favourite of Laura's head girl, Tilly Hughes, who absolutely adores him, does a lot of his work at home as well. Trending to go into the lead at the moment. Needs it to be a clear round. Gets the second of those changes. Laura just careful to keep his nose out, just dropped behind the vertical for a moment. He's a horse that can produce an exceptional first phase score. International personal best actually was here at Boekelo, 21.9. That was a couple of years ago when he was third. Last year he scored 26.9. He's going to improve upon that this year, that is for certain. And I think we will be looking at our new leaders, just waiting for the final marks to come in. 24.4 Yulia Krajewski and Nickel 21. De Capo, he loves a Boekelo party, and he thoroughly enjoys showing off to the crowds that have gathered around the main arena here. And there we go. It is going to be good enough to go into the lead. Laura Collett takes over the top spots, 23.7. And he will be the one to beat. Laura Collett and De Capo, who knows he's gone in there and delivered a very, very smart first phase performance. He's got his humans exactly where he wants them. And I don't think they're too unhappy about it, to be honest. 23.7, the score to beat. That is going to do great things for the British team score as well. They actually go ahead of Germany. So 80.6. The drop score is currently Emily King's jackpot on 30.6. There's confirmation that Laura has taken over the top spot. Germany do still have Marlin Hansen-Hottop left to go, and they could actually leapfrog Great Britain again. We'll do some maths on that for you when Marlin is due to come forward so that you know exactly what she has got to do. But Laura Collett, a former winner here in Boekelo, has taken over the lead from another former winner. Yulia Krajewski sits in second. Laura Collett, 23.7, is the one to beat. So, next we will turn our attentions to France and to Benjamin Massey, but just confirmation, once again, the British team locked in now at 80.6. And I think it's safe to say that they will be in either first or second going into the cross-country. It'll be a bit of a battle between them and Germany, who still have one rider left to go. But France, we turn our attentions to their next combination, their final combination. Now it is Benjamin Massey and Figaro Fonroy. It's a 9-year-old by Happy Dam des Horts, owned by Aurélie Lauzin. Figaro Fonroy comes forward. This 9-year-old, having won the Nations Cup in Montelibretti a little bit earlier on this year, jumped a lovely clear cross country there. Was top 15 at Le Lion d'Angers in the 7-year-old Young Horse World Championships back in 2022, and has already had 4-star long experience. Was 6th in Linéaire last season in his 8-year-old year, but been lightly campaigned internationally. Was 7th at Le Moulin. That was in the German National Championship class actually as well. That was won by Yasmin Ingham and Banzai de Loire. So certainly very competitive. Best test at the 4-star level is a score of 31.3. Only 3 runs at the level though, and actually has improved upon it on each outing. And 39 years of age. She made his senior championship debut with Edition Fonroy at Harada last summer. Finished in 34th place there, rode as an individual for France. Good halt, square and immobile. We have just 5 combinations left to come forward to do their first phase test. Once Ben has completed his test, very much heading towards the business end of this hugely competitive Nations Cup Series finale. A bit of tension, just you can see him working hard there. Keep the horse supple. Around for the second of those changes. It's another lovely change. Had an 8 in for the first one. He's still flirting with the 30 mark. So we'll improve the French team score. At the moment, the worst score they're counting is 31.3. So it wouldn't make a huge difference, but it would certainly back it up and just get them that little bit closer to the Brits and to the Germans. But a really lovely, obedient finish. Figaro Fonroy and Benjamin Massey. And he will improve the French team score for sure. They will stay in 3rd, I would imagine, heading into tomorrow's cross country, but it will be another sub 30 to add to the tally so far. It would be sub 30 number 17 of the weekend. And there was a lot to like from this young horse, only a 9-year-old, but actually really showed what a clear round in the first phase can do, because no major mistakes, a few 8s thrown in there as well. So 29.4 is the provisional score for Figaro Fonroy and Benjamin Massey. That's good enough to put them into 13th place on the leaderboard. So let's have a look at what that does. Well, it will see France go on to a score of 87.8. So at the moment it is Great Britain locked in on 80.4. Germany on 83.5 with 1 rider still to go. France on 87.8. They're locked in. Belgium locked in on 93.1. The USA locked in on 94.9. They have actually moved up into 5th. Ireland on 95.8. Switzerland on 97.6, and we've still got Sweden, the Netherlands, New Zealand and Italy to go, along with our final German rider, so they could all, of course, make differences on the leaderboard overall and move a little bit closer to the top of the table. We'll keep you posted on that. But at the moment, Great Britain, Germany, France holding the podium positions. Individually, it is Laura Collett and De Capo. 23.7 is the score to beat. Yulia Krajewski sits in second with Nickel 21. Emma Brosseau and Dark Desire GS on 26.6. These are the combinations that we still have to go. One for Sweden, the Netherlands, New Zealand, Germany, Italy, and actually Dan Kreitel-Kamango withdrawing for the United States of America. So they won't, unfortunately, be coming forwards, which means that just the 5 left to start. Now, though, we turn our attentions to Frida Anderson. Frida comes forward with Stonehaven's Baby Blue. Frida was actually 12th individually at the Olympic Games in Paris with Box Leo. Finished on her dressage score of 33.3. She's had some really good results with that horse all the way up the levels. But Stonehaven's Baby Blue, this mare, just a 10-year-old, is really starting to hold her own as well. Irish bred by Bon Mahon Master Blue out of a Carrick Diamond Lad mare. Owned by Andreas Johansson. And actually, they were third at Marbach in the 4-star long format a little bit earlier on this year. Had some good placings in Stragom and Shadi in the Nations Cup last summer, and actually have been here to Boekelo before. They started 12 months ago, scored 32.9 in the first phase. Things didn't go to plan cross country, so they didn't complete, unfortunately, but certainly have experience of the venue. Sweden at the moment on a score of 103.2, would love to drop the score of 40.1. So if they can improve on 40.1, Frida Anderson and Stonehaven's Baby Blue would improve the Swedish team score as well. Just broke in that. Coming into the half pass. Miscommunication. You can see so many more people have gathered as the day has progressed. Relaxed in the extended walk. And actually very diplomatically didn't really shorten her reins, just picked up the contact and played it safe. Good change. Until she'd got into the canter. Another good change as well. Both of the changes have been clear and clean. So the final combination for Sweden will improve their overall team score, and there's going to be a really, really close feeling amongst the teams going into the cross-country tomorrow. And I understand there will be some amendments made to the cross-country course given the amount of rain that has been in recent days and weeks. Unbelievably wet out there. So we'll keep you up to date with news of those. It could well be that we give you an update tomorrow morning before we go live with the first horse out on course. For now, though, Frida Anderson, Stonehaven's Baby Blue, completes Sweden's campaign in the first phase and will improve their score by some 6 marks or so, which should see them overtake Switzerland for sure, might even go close to overtaking Ireland as well. We'll confirm once that score is in. Individually, it is still Laura Collett who leads, with Da Capo ahead of Julia Krajewski even, Nickel 21, Emma Brasseau, Dark Desire GS completing the top 3 at the moment. So there we go, confirmation, Stonehaven's Baby Blue 34.1. That is good enough to go into the top 50. That is how competitive it is. When I say good enough to go into the top 50, that is still a very, very good score. But that is the nature of how competitive this field is. And actually, it improves the Swedish team score to 97.2. So they go up to 7th, push Switzerland down into 8th at the moment. Of course, Netherlands, New Zealand and Italy still have horses to come forward. As do Germany, of course. So now we turn our attentions to Sarah van Leuven. Sarah comes forward with It Takes Two, an 11-year-old by LBH Calvados, out of a Verdi mare owned by Sarah herself. Would be 11 years of age. Top 15 in Langenhagen. In the 3-star has passed their prep for this. Just outside the top 20 with a double clear in the Nations Cup in Arville. And 5th in Stragom in a 4-star there earlier on in August. Was actually the horse that she rode at the European Cup at the 3-star level. And Sergio, back in 2023, finished a 5th on that occasion. Scored 34.8. Their last 4-star short run, beg your pardon. It's their first attempt at a 4-star long competition. Made her Nations Cup debut, actually, when finishing as part of the Dutch team in 5th place in Arville in the Nations Cup there. It's a good clean change. After the aid, but was a clean change. And again, that extended trot, like the extended canter, you get a separate mark for the transitions into and out of it. So Sarah van Leuven, and It Takes Two will be trending around the 34 mark in terms of the Dutch team score. They will improve upon that because 38.7 is the highest score that they're counting so far. They're on a score of 106.8. They're not going to be able to climb any places on the leaderboard because they won't overhaul Switzerland at 97.6, who are just above them, but it will certainly claw them a little bit closer. So into 46th place, 34.0 for Sarah van Leuven, and It Takes Two at 65.48 from both judges at C and M, and 67.14 from the judge at E. So what does that do in terms of the Dutch score? It brings them down onto 102.1. So they stay in 9th, but 102.1. And next to go will be Tim Price for New Zealand. New Zealand currently on a score of 115, and anything sub 38.7 will improve their penalty score. Tim, a two-time winner here in Boekelo. Well, we do hope that you've enjoyed all of the coverage here from Boekelo over the last couple of days. We've got lots more in store for you. Of course, cross-country, a full day of cross-country action tomorrow. Adrian Ditcham, the cross-country course designer, and the team have been hard at work in making sure that the going is as good as it possibly can be, because the weather has not been kind over the last couple of months. Last couple of weeks, and last couple of days in particular. So we'll bring you up to date with any news of that once it becomes available. But next to come forwards, it will be Tim Price, and Tim rides Global Quest. This is a horse that is a new ride for Tim. They had their first international outing at Lignières a couple of weeks ago in the Nations Cup there. Jumped a lovely double clear, just steady in the cross country, very much about getting to know one another. 30.2 they scored in the first phase. The horse has been beautifully produced by Georgie Campbell, who piloted the horse to a win in Lignières in the 4-star long format, and actually rode the horse here in Boekelo last year as well. Jumped a lovely clear cross-country, just a couple of seconds over the time. Still owned by Diana and Lance Morrish, who were staunch supporters of Georgie's. And Tim has taken on the ride. Obviously in very, very difficult circumstances. But he is one of the best riders in the world. And he is one of the best people in the eventing community as well, it could be said. Really nice start. 8s for his shoulder and left. Looks to be a pretty good halt from this angle. Tim, who's actually taken the Boekelo title with both Happy Boy, beg your pardon, Happy Boy a couple of years ago, and also with Sekatinka. Very relaxed in the walk. 9 for his half pass to the right. So trending at the moment 26.7. Get the best angle on that flying change from this camera position, so we'll look for the judges' marks. He's a lovely stamp of an event horse, Global Quest. Second change, I think, was a little bit better than the first, which picked up at 5.56.5. Still trending sub 30. Tim Price and Global Quest coming to the end of their test. It will improve the New Zealand team score. And actually, we'll see them finish with a sub 30 in the first phase as well. Big pats for Global Quest. Will be pretty close to the 30 marker, which would see them just sit outside the top 20. Actually a 5 for their final halt on the centre line, so 5, 6 and 7. Wasn't quite as immobile as Tim might have liked. But their final mark is going to pull them pretty close down to the 30, and actually just wait for it to come in, because we'll be able to give you an update on the team scores as well. But it's getting pretty busy around the main arena now, in contrast to yesterday when it was exceptionally quiet. There we go, 29.8 goes sub 30, and Global Quest goes into 13th place on the leaderboard, goes equal with Govalant, and Sophia Sjoborg, who sit on 29.8 as well. So equal 14th by the looks of things. Actually, it'll be equal 16th, beg your pardon. It'll be a little bit further down than the 13th shown on the screen, simply because there are 3 combinations: Calvin Bachmann, Lara de Liedekerke-Meier and Ben Massey, all on 29.4, so they sit in equal 13th. New Zealand, it takes them down to 106.3. They still sit in 10th, but that does move them closer to the rest of the field. Great Britain lead the way on 80.4 and Germany 83.5. So let's take a look at what Germany would have to do with Marlene Hansson-Hottop to overhaul Great Britain at the top of the leaderboard. Great Britain currently lead by 3.1 penalties. So Marlene would need to score 29.3 or better, and that would see Germany move ahead of Great Britain. So if Marlene Hansson-Hottop scores 29.3 or better, then Germany go ahead of Great Britain and will lead going into the cross country. Great Britain locked in on 80.4. So Marlene comes forward now. This is the combination that were 4th at Defender Kentucky a little bit earlier on this year. Former Blenheim winners as well. Carlitos Quidditch K. The penultimate combination to go, 12 years of age, by Kiwi Dream, owned by Bodil Ibsen. They were 6th in Stragon last time out, top 20 in Aachen a little bit earlier on this year as well. They were one of the reserves for the German team for the Paris Olympic Games. Top 20 in Harada at the European Championships last year. And when they won Blenheim, they scored 24.6. Well, that would be good enough to put them right amongst the leading trio. Could they replicate that here again today? He's a big moving horse. He's got tons of scope. It's about channeling all of that power. It's the 5 steps in the rein back. And is picking up some very nice marks so far, trending around the 25 territory, which would be more than enough to put Germany out ahead of Great Britain. Would put them in a great individual position as well. Lovely change. 8s across the board for the transition into canter. Second change was clean. So on track to put Germany ahead of Great Britain in terms of the Nations Cup competition, and is going to put herself right in contention for the individual leaderboard as well. Marlin Hansen-Hottop and Carlitos Quidditch-K looks absolutely thrilled with that first phase, and so she should. Some really nice marks. Isn't quite going to catch the top two, but should go into third. And Germany will go into cross country tomorrow in the driving seat. They've got an experienced team of horses. There's a couple of 5-star horses in their squad with Carlitos Quidditch-K and FRH Butts Avedon. But then they've all, and Dark Desire GS to be fair, and Nickel, while he hasn't done a pure 5-star, has been top 12 at an Olympic Games. So they certainly would be feeling pretty good ahead of the cross-country test tomorrow. And just getting that score to be confirmed, but we'll go into third on the leaderboard. Carlitos Quidditch-K and Marlin Hansen-Hottop at 25.7, 77.86 from the judge at C, 74.05 from M, and 70.95 from the judge at E. So there we go, just slotting into third. 3 German team members in second, third and fourth. Leading the way individually, Laura Collett and a Capo. So how much of a buffer does that give Germany? Well, they are now on 76.7. Great Britain on 80.4. So that is 9 seconds in hand in the cross country, which when you say it like that, actually doesn't sound like a great deal. So Germany locked in 76.7, Great Britain 80.4, France 87.8, Belgium in fourth 93.1. Then you've got the United States of America 94.9, Ireland 95.8, Sweden 97.2, Switzerland 97.6, the Netherlands 102.1 in 9th, and in 10th New Zealand 106.1. We still of course have Italy. Italy will be looking to drop the score of 49.8 from Firandal Demira and Pietro Maialino. So Danny Bizzarro and Stormhill Riot, if he can score less than that, then it would certainly put Italy right back in it. And actually anywhere in the 35 territory puts him about on a par with New Zealand. So the last to go after 2 busy days of dressage, Danny Bizzarro and Stormhill Riot. This is a 14-year-old by Downright Rebel, owned by Danny alongside Alice Daisley. The ding of the bell from our judges. President of the ground jury at C, Laurie Eslin. At M, Angela Tucker. And at E, Stuart Bishel. Just coming up a little bit above the contact into that halt. Put obedient in the rein back. Nicely relaxed in the extended walk. Better change to the right. 464 for the first of those. Then the extended trot before that final centre line, the 96th and final competitor of 2 days of dressage here in Boekelo comes to a conclusion with a lovely square halt from our view, certainly. Danny Bizzaro and Stormhill Riot for Italy. That will improve the Italian team score as well. They'll go much closer to New Zealand in 10th. We'll confirm that for you when it comes through. But we do hope you've enjoyed all of the coverage over the last couple of days. We've got lots more in store for you. FEI.tv will have, of course, live coverage tomorrow. 9:30 local time is the provisional start time. Do check the official times once they become available, once dressage is done and dusted and all of the scores, etc. are confirmed today, because they will release the cross-country time. So do check, and we will be live a couple of minutes before the first horse. But it is provisionally set for 9:30 local time. So if you're in the UK, that is 8:30. If you're in Eastern time over in the United States of America, then that would be very early in the morning. It's been 2 long days of dressage. 3:30. There we go. -5. It has been 2 long days of dressage, but the mental maths got me there in the end. Danny Bizzaro, Stormhill Riot. There we go. 37.1 into 73rd place on the leaderboard. But in terms of his team standing, that will push Italy to 107.8. They stay in 11th, but much, much closer to New Zealand in 10th on 106.1. So team standings, Germany 9 seconds in hand of Great Britain. They lead on 76.7. Great Britain in second, 80.4. France 87.8 in third. Then you've got Belgium 93.1. US, Ireland, Sweden, Switzerland, Netherlands, New Zealand and Italy. This is the individual leaderboard. Laura Collett leads the way with De Capo 23.7. He's been on the podium here. He's been 6th here before. Is this his year to win? He leads 23.7. Yulia Krajewski, Nickel 21, sit in second. Marlin Hansen Hotop, Carlitos Quidditch K, Blenheim winners sit in third at the moment. Emma Brasso, Dark Desire GS in fourth. A little bit further on down the leaderboard, you've got the likes of Sarah Bullimore, Corin Miro in fifth. Sarah was the leader overnight from yesterday and holds on to a top 5 position going into the cross-country. Corin Miro and Lara de Liedekerke-Meier's Kairado Darville, both just 8-year-olds stepping up to the level for the first time. Kitty King, Astier Nicolas, both representing Great Britain and France in the Nations Cup teams respectively. Leah Siegel equal with Max Warburton, Izzy Taylor and Philip Dutton all on 28.7. So that is the individual leaderboard. Germany lead the way, as I've said, in the team standings. All eyes will turn to Adrian Ditcham's cross-country course tomorrow, and we will see how the competition unfolds. The rumour has it that there is a couple of changes being made to the course to make sure that the going is as good as possible. We'll keep you up to date with those tomorrow when we get started. As I've said, provisional start time is 9:30 local time, but do check it once the official start times are released later on this evening. For now, though, we do hope you've enjoyed all of the dressage coverage, and we will be back tomorrow for another bumper day of cross country live on FEI.tv. Thanks for tuning in.